The fear of being truly known. Some people spend their entire lives becoming experts at hiding in plain sight. Not physically, emotionally. They learn how to be around others without ever letting anyone get too close to what is really happening inside. They can be funny, charming, successful, and even deeply social. Yet beneath all of that is a constant tension, a quiet fear that follows them into every friendship, every relationship, and every conversation. The fear that if someone truly saw who they are beneath the polished version they present to the world, everything would change. What makes this fear so difficult to recognize is that it rarely looks like fear. It often looks like confidence. It looks like having everything under control. It looks like being the person everyone can depend on. But sometimes the strongest looking people are carrying the heaviest emotional armor. They have simply become so skilled at wearing it that nobody notices anymore. Most people assume they want to be understood. And on the surface, they do. They crave connection just like everyone else. They want relationships that feel real. They want to feel accepted. They want to stop feeling alone. But there is a hidden contradiction inside many people. They want to be known. Yet they are terrified of what might happen if someone actually knows them completely. Think about how often people carefully manage what they reveal. They share stories that make them look strong. They talk about problems they have already solved. They admit flaws that feel safe to admit. But the deepest insecurities, the embarrassing fears, the painful memories, and the parts they secretly judge about themselves remain hidden. Not because they enjoy hiding them, but because somewhere along the way they learned that being fully seen can be dangerous. For many people, this lesson begins early in life. A child expresses sadness and is told they are too sensitive. A child gets excited about something and is mocked for it. A child shares a fear and is ignored. Experiences like these may seem small, but the brain pays attention. It starts collecting evidence about what is safe and what is not. Over time, a quiet belief forms. Certain parts of me should stay hidden. The strange thing is that these hidden parts do not disappear. They simply move underground. They continue influencing thoughts, emotions, and relationships from behind the scenes. A person may grow up, build a career, start relationships, and appear perfectly fine. Yet deep inside they are still protecting the same vulnerable places they learned to hide years ago. This is where the real shock begins. Many people are not lonely because nobody loves them. They are lonely because nobody knows them. There is a huge difference. Someone can be surrounded by friends, receive compliments, and even be deeply loved by a partner, yet still feel emotionally isolated. Why? Because a part of them believes that the love they receive is directed toward the version of themselves they present, and not the version they keep hidden. Imagine how exhausting that becomes. Every interaction feels like a performance. Every conversation requires filtering. Every relationship carries the pressure of maintaining an image. The more successful the image becomes, the more terrifying honesty feels. Because now there is even more to lose. Psychologists often talk about the human need for belonging. But true belonging is impossible when authenticity is missing. If acceptance only comes after hiding important parts of yourself, your nervous system never fully relaxes. Somewhere deep inside, it remains alert. It keeps asking the same question over and over. Would they still accept me if they knew everything? That question quietly shapes countless decisions. It explains why some people struggle to ask for help even when they desperately need it. It explains why some people avoid deep relationships despite craving connection. It explains why vulnerability feels so uncomfortable. The brain interprets emotional exposure as a threat, not because openness is actually dangerous, but because past experiences taught it that rejection and vulnerability often arrive together. What is heartbreaking is that this fear creates the very outcome people are trying to avoid. The more someone hides, the less connected they feel. The less connected they feel, the more they believe nobody could understand them. That belief encourages even more hiding. It becomes a cycle that feeds itself year after year. You can see it everywhere. Someone wants to tell their partner how insecure they feel but stays silent. Someone wants to admit they are struggling but pretends everything is fine. Someone wants to reveal a painful truth but convinces themselves it is better left unsaid. Each moment seems small, yet together they create an invisible wall between people. And here is the truth most people never hear. The parts of yourself you work hardest to hide are often the parts that create genuine connection. Not perfection, not confidence, not having all the answers. Connection grows when people allow themselves to be seen. Real relationships are built in those moments when someone drops the mask and reveals something honest, something imperfect, something human. That does not guarantee everyone will understand. Some people will not. Some people may even walk away. But the alternative is spending a lifetime trapped inside a version of yourself that feels safe yet never feels fully alive. The fear of being truly known is one of the deepest emotional wounds humans carry because it attacks something fundamental. It attacks the belief that who you really are is worthy of acceptance. And when that belief is damaged, people spend years trying to earn love by becoming someone else. But no amount of performance can replace the relief of finally being seen. The relief of no longer editing every thought. The relief of no longer hiding every insecurity. The relief of realizing that genuine connection begins where pretending ends. And for many people, that realization becomes the first step toward healing a wound they have been carrying their entire lives. Grieving the person you could have been. There is a type of grief that almost nobody talks about. It does not come from losing a loved one. It does not come from a breakup. It does not come from a funeral or a tragedy that everyone can see. In fact, most people carry this grief in complete silence because there is nothing tangible to point at. No photographs, no memories, no physical evidence. Just a lingering feeling that something important was lost somewhere along the way. It is the grief of the person you could have been. Most people assume grief is about losing something that existed, but sometimes the deepest pain comes from losing a future that never got the chance to happen. A future version of yourself that was full of possibilities. A version that felt confident, creative, fearless, fulfilled, or free. A version that slowly disappeared under the weight of fear, circumstances, expectations, and survival. The frightening part is that many people do not even realize they are grieving. They just feel stuck. They feel restless. They feel strangely emotional when they see someone chasing a dream they abandoned years ago. They feel a sharp ache when they think about the choices they never made. They feel envy toward people who seem to be living the life they once imagined for themselves. And because they cannot identify the source of the pain, they often assume something is wrong with them. But what if that sadness is not weakness? What if it is grief? Think about your younger self for a moment. Not the version people remember. The version only you remember. The person who had certain hopes before life became complicated. The person who imagined a different future. The person who believed there was still time for everything. Now compare that image to where life eventually led. For some people, the gap is small. For others, it feels enormous. Maybe they wanted to be an artist but chose security instead. Maybe they dreamed of traveling but became trapped by responsibilities. Maybe they wanted to express themselves openly but learned that fitting in felt safer. Maybe they wanted a completely different life but slowly adapted to a reality they never intended to create. At first, these compromises seem harmless. One decision here, one sacrifice there, one postponed dream, one opportunity ignored. Life moves quickly, and survival often takes priority over fulfillment. Years pass. Then one day, something unexpected happens. A song, an old photograph, a conversation, a random memory. And suddenly, they come face to face with the person they almost became. That moment can be devastating, because it forces a painful question into the light. What happened? Psychologists have found that human beings often experience regret more intensely over actions they never took than mistakes they actually made. The reason is surprisingly simple. A mistake eventually becomes part of your story. You can learn from it. You can understand it. You can move forward. But unrealized possibilities remain unfinished. The mind keeps revisiting them. It keeps imagining alternate versions of life. What if I had tried? What if I had said yes? What if I had taken the risk? What if I had believed in myself? Those questions can haunt a person for decades, and yet, most people never allow themselves to mourn those lost possibilities. Instead, they dismiss them. They tell themselves to get over it. They tell themselves it is too late. They tell themselves they should be grateful for what they have. Gratitude is important, but gratitude does not erase grief. You can appreciate your life and still mourn the paths you never walked. You can love your family and still wonder about the dreams you abandoned. You can be successful and still feel sadness for the parts of yourself that never had room to grow. These emotions can exist together. The problem is that society rarely gives people permission to acknowledge this kind of loss. When someone loses a loved one, people understand. When someone loses a job, people understand. But when someone loses a version of themselves, the pain becomes invisible. There is no ceremony, no support system, no recognition, just a quiet ache that follows them through the years. What makes this wound especially painful is that it often becomes tangled with self-blame. People look back and assume they failed themselves. They replay old decisions and judge the person they used to be. They forget something important. The younger version of them was making choices with the knowledge, fears, and emotional resources available at that time. It is easy to criticize the past when you already know the outcome. It is much harder to remember how uncertain everything felt in the moment. Many of the decisions people regret were not made because they were weak. They were made because they were scared, because they were trying to survive, because they lacked support, because they were carrying wounds nobody else could see. Understanding this does not erase the grief, but it changes its shape. It replaces condemnation with compassion. And that shift matters, because healing begins when people stop attacking themselves for being human. The truth is that almost everyone leaves pieces of themselves behind as they move through life. Some dreams expire. Some opportunities disappear. Some identities never fully develop. That is part of being human. The goal is not to erase the sadness. The goal is to acknowledge it, to sit with it, to recognize that the pain exists because something once mattered deeply. And perhaps the most important realization is this: the person you could have been is not always completely gone. Sometimes fragments of that person still exist beneath the responsibilities, disappointments, and years of self-doubt, still waiting, still hoping, still asking for attention, because grief is not always a sign that something is over. Sometimes it is a signal that a forgotten part of you is asking to be remembered. And when people finally listen, they often discover that the story they thought had ended may not be as finished as they once believed. The lifelong need for unreceived parental approval. Few emotional wounds follow people as quietly and persistently as this one. It can survive childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and even old age. It can shape careers, relationships, self-esteem, and life decisions without a person fully realizing what is happening. From the outside, it may look like ambition, perfectionism, people-pleasing, or an endless drive to succeed. But underneath it all is often something much simpler and much more painful. A child who never stopped waiting for approval. Most people think childhood ends when someone becomes an adult. Physically, that is true. Emotionally, it is often far more complicated. The child who desperately wanted to be seen, valued, encouraged, and accepted does not simply disappear. That child grows up and continues searching for what was missing. The search just changes form. Instead of trying to impress a parent with a drawing, they try to impress a boss with achievements. Instead of seeking praise for good grades, they chase status, recognition, and accomplishments. Instead of asking directly for love, they spend years trying to earn it through performance. And the hardest part is that no amount of success ever seems to feel like enough, because the goal was never success. The goal was approval. There is a powerful reason this wound runs so deep. Human beings are wired to seek acceptance from their caregivers. During childhood, parental approval is not merely comforting. It feels essential for emotional security. A child naturally looks to their parents as a mirror. Through that mirror, they learn who they are and what they are worth. When that mirror consistently reflects warmth, encouragement, and acceptance, children often develop a stronger sense of self. But when approval feels conditional, inconsistent, distant, or impossible to obtain, something very different can happen. The child begins believing they must earn love, not because anyone explicitly says those words, because that is the conclusion their nervous system reaches. If I perform well, maybe I will be accepted. If I achieve more, maybe I will be noticed. If I become better, maybe I will finally be enough. At first, this belief may seem motivating. In fact, many highly successful people are driven by exactly this emotional fuel. They work harder. They achieve more. They push themselves further than others. The world often rewards them for it. People admire their discipline. They praise their dedication. They celebrate their accomplishments. Yet beneath the praise is often a painful reality. The finish line keeps moving. Every achievement provides relief for a moment. Then the feeling fades, and the search begins again. A promotion, a degree, a larger house, a bigger accomplishment, a higher standard. The person keeps climbing, hoping that eventually something will feel complete. But emotional wounds cannot be healed by external trophies, because the original need was never about achievement. It was about being seen. Imagine a child bringing home a report card they are proud of. They walk into the room excited, hoping for encouragement. Instead, the focus immediately shifts to the one imperfect grade. The message may not be intentional, but the child absorbs it anyway. You are valued for what you do, not for who you are. Moments like these can leave surprisingly deep marks, not because they happen once, because they happen repeatedly. Over time, they create an internal voice that becomes difficult to escape. You should have done better. You can do more. You are not there yet. You have not earned rest. You have not earned approval. The tragedy is that many adults continue hearing this voice long after the parent who shaped it is no longer present. Some spend decades trying to win validation from someone who may never give it. A father who rarely expressed pride, a mother whose standards could never be satisfied, a caregiver who withheld affection, a parent who was emotionally unavailable. The child grows up, but the longing remains, and that longing can become incredibly powerful. It influences romantic relationships. People become attracted to partners whose approval feels difficult to obtain. It influences friendships. People constantly seek reassurance that they are liked and valued. It influences careers. People sacrifice their health, happiness, and peace in pursuit of recognition, all because a younger part of them is still asking the same question. Am I finally enough? What makes this wound especially heartbreaking is that many people eventually receive the approval they spent years chasing and discover something unexpected. It does not fix the pain. A parent finally says they are proud. A parent finally offers validation. A parent finally acknowledges their efforts, yet the emptiness remains. Why? Because the wound was created over years. It became part of how they see themselves. External approval can feel comforting, but it cannot permanently replace internal worth. That realization often comes as a shock. People spend years believing one conversation, one compliment, or one moment of recognition will heal everything. Then they finally get it and realize the deeper issue was never the missing words alone. It was the belief they developed because those words were missing. The belief that they were somehow incomplete. The belief that they had to earn their value. The belief that love required constant proof. Psychological research consistently shows that self-worth built entirely on external validation remains fragile. It depends on other people, their opinions, their praise, their approval. The moment those things disappear, self-confidence collapses with them. That is why healing this wound requires something difficult. People must stop treating approval as a destination. They must stop believing their worth is waiting to be awarded by someone else. That does not mean the longing instantly disappears. For many people, it never completely does. There will always be a part of them that wishes things had been different. A part that wishes they had felt more encouraged, more supported, more accepted, more loved. That grief is real. It deserves acknowledgement. But there comes a moment when continuing to chase what was never received becomes its own form of suffering. Because every year spent waiting for someone else to declare your worth is another year spent overlooking the value that already exists within you. The deepest healing often begins when people recognize a difficult truth. The approval they spent their entire lives searching for cannot fully heal them. Not because they did not deserve it, not because it would not have mattered, but because the child who needed it most is still waiting. And eventually, the person who must finally answer that child is not the parent they were hoping for, it is themselves. Feeling unlovable despite being loved. One of the most confusing emotional wounds a person can carry is feeling completely unlovable, while being surrounded by people who genuinely care about them. On the surface, it makes no sense. Friends check in on them. Family members support them. A partner reassures them. People show up for them again and again, yet none of it seems to reach the place where the wound lies. No matter how much love they receive, a quiet voice inside keeps whispering the same thing. If they really knew me, they would leave. That thought can exist for years without being spoken aloud. It hides beneath smiles, conversations, and everyday interactions. Most people carrying this wound become incredibly skilled at appearing normal. They laugh when everyone else laughs. They participate in relationships. They accept compliments. They even say thank you when someone expresses love. But deep down, they do not fully believe it. Not because they are arrogant. Not because they are ungrateful. Because somewhere along the way, they learned that love was not something they could safely trust. This wound often begins long before a person realizes it. Children naturally assume that the way they are treated reflects who they are. They do not have the ability to step back and analyze complex family dynamics. If affection feels inconsistent, they often blame themselves. If attention is missing, they assume they are the reason. If they feel unseen, they conclude they are not worth seeing. These conclusions rarely happen consciously. The child does not sit down and decide they are unlovable. The belief forms quietly. Repeated experiences slowly shape it. A parent who is emotionally distant. A caregiver who only offers praise after achievement. A household where affection feels unpredictable. An environment where emotions are ignored or dismissed. Over time, the brain starts building a story. Something about me must be wrong. The frightening thing is that this story often survives long after childhood ends. A person can enter adulthood carrying an emotional blueprint that no longer matches reality. They may be surrounded by people who genuinely value them, but their nervous system still reacts as if rejection is right around the corner. This creates an exhausting internal conflict. Part of them wants connection. Part of them expects abandonment. Part of them wants to trust love. Part of them is preparing to lose it. Imagine trying to enjoy a beautiful day while constantly expecting a storm. Even when the sky is clear, your attention remains fixed on the possibility of dark clouds. That is what many relationships feel like for people carrying this wound. Every compliment is questioned. Every expression of affection is analyzed. Every moment of distance feels threatening. A partner takes longer than usual to respond to a message. The mind immediately starts searching for explanations. Maybe they are losing interest. Maybe I said something wrong. Maybe they are realizing who I really am. A friend seems distracted during a conversation. The same process begins. Maybe they are tired of me. Maybe they do not actually care. Maybe I matter less than I thought. The evidence often points in the opposite direction, but emotional wounds rarely operate through logic. They operate through expectation. The brain becomes hyper-focused on signs of rejection because it believes rejection is inevitable. Psychologists sometimes describe this as confirmation seeking. When people carry a negative belief about themselves, the mind unconsciously searches for evidence that supports it. Positive experiences are minimized. Negative experiences are magnified. If 10 people express appreciation and one person seems indifferent, attention immediately locks onto the indifferent person. If a relationship is filled with affection but includes one difficult conversation, the difficult conversation becomes the center of attention. The wound is constantly looking for proof that it was right all along. And because no relationship is perfect, it always finds something. What makes this emotional injury especially painful is that it can create the very distance a person fears. When someone feels fundamentally unlovable, They often struggle to receive love naturally. They become guarded. They overthink. They seek constant reassurance. They test relationships without realizing it. Sometimes they pull away before others have the chance. Not because they want separation, because separation feels safer than disappointment. If rejection seems inevitable, controlling the timing of it can feel less painful. At least that is what the mind believes. The reality is much sadder. The person ends up protecting themselves from the very thing they desperately need. You can see this pattern in countless relationships. Someone is loved deeply, yet they remain convinced they are one mistake away from being abandoned. They achieve closeness, then struggle to trust it. They receive affection, then question its sincerity. They hear loving words, then search for hidden meanings. It becomes exhausting not only for them, but for the people trying to love them. And yet, beneath all of this behavior is not manipulation or weakness. It is fear. Fear that love is temporary. Fear that acceptance has limits. Fear that being fully known will eventually lead to rejection. The tragedy is that people carrying this wound often believe they need more love to heal, more reassurance, more validation, more proof. But the deeper issue is not the absence of love. It is the inability to recognize it as real. Because when a person secretly believes they are unworthy of love, every act of affection gets filtered through that belief. The love arrives. The wound rejects it. The reassurance arrives. The wound questions it. The connection arrives. The wound prepares for its disappearance. Healing begins when people understand that the feeling of being unlovable is not proof of reality. It is evidence of an old emotional injury still trying to protect them. A feeling can be powerful without being true. A belief can feel familiar without being accurate. And perhaps the most important realization is this: the people who love you are not seeing a different version of you than the one you see in the mirror. They are seeing the same person. The difference is that they are not looking through the lens of your wound. They are seeing qualities you have spent years overlooking. They are seeing value where you see flaws. They are seeing worth where you see doubt. And sometimes the hardest part of healing is not finding people who love you. It is finally believing that the love you have been receiving all along was real. The hidden shame of not feeling enough. There is a painful secret that millions of people carry every day without ever talking about it. It follows them into relationships, careers, friendships, and even moments of success. It hides beneath confidence, ambition, perfectionism, and people-pleasing. Most people looking from the outside would never know it exists. Yet inside, the feeling is always there. Not good enough, not smart enough, not attractive enough, not successful enough, not worthy enough. No matter what they achieve, no matter how much they improve, no matter how many people admire them, the feeling never seems to completely disappear. And what makes this wound so powerful is that it rarely feels like a wound. It feels like the truth. That is where the real damage begins. Most people assume shame is something obvious. They imagine someone openly embarrassed about a mistake or failure. But hidden shame works differently. It becomes part of a person's identity. Instead of believing they made mistakes, they begin believing they are the mistake. There is a huge difference. When someone thinks they failed, they can recover. When someone believes they are fundamentally inadequate, every experience starts passing through that belief. A compliment feels temporary. Success feels undeserved. Love feels confusing. Achievement feels incomplete. Nothing fully lands because the wound keeps rejecting the evidence. Imagine trying to fill a bucket with water while there is a hole in the bottom. No matter how much you pour in, it never feels full. That is what life can feel like when someone carries hidden shame. They keep collecting accomplishments, praise, approval, and validation, hoping that eventually the feeling will disappear. But it never does, because the problem was never a lack of achievements. The problem was the hole. For many people, this wound begins much earlier than they realize. Children naturally look to the adults around them to understand who they are. They learn about themselves through reactions, attention, encouragement, and acceptance. When those experiences are healthy, children often develop a stable sense of worth. But when love feels conditional, criticism feels constant, or emotional needs go unnoticed, a different story can begin forming. A child gets compared to others. A child feels invisible. A child learns that mistakes lead to rejection. A child receives praise only when performing well. Slowly, an internal conclusion emerges. Who I am right now is not enough. The heartbreaking part is that children almost never question the message. They question themselves. They assume the problem exists within them. Years later, the circumstances may change completely, but the belief survives. That is why some of the most accomplished people in the world still struggle with feelings of inadequacy. From the outside, their lives seem impressive. They have achievements, opportunities, relationships, and success. Yet internally, they feel like frauds waiting to be exposed. Every accomplishment creates temporary relief, then the old feeling returns. Maybe I just got lucky. Maybe they overestimate me. Maybe if people look closer, they would see I am not enough. The goalpost keeps moving. No achievement ever feels final. No victory feels complete. No amount of validation feels permanent, because shame is not trying to solve a problem. Shame is trying to confirm a belief. Psychologists have found that people often pay more attention to information that supports their existing self-image. If someone secretly believes they are inadequate, their mind becomes incredibly skilled at finding evidence for that conclusion. One criticism outweighs 10 compliments. One mistake overshadows months of success. One rejection becomes proof of everything they already feared. The brain keeps reinforcing the story, and eventually, the story feels undeniable. What makes hidden shame especially dangerous is that it often disguises itself as motivation. Many high achievers are not driven by confidence. They are driven by fear. Fear of falling behind, fear of disappointing others, fear of being exposed as inadequate, fear of proving the shame correct. The world often rewards this behavior. Hard work gets praised. Perfectionism gets admired. Constant productivity gets celebrated. But beneath the success is often exhaustion, because no matter how much they accomplish, they are still running from the same feeling, the feeling that they are not enough. You can see this wound in relationships too. Someone receives genuine love but struggles to accept it. Someone hears compliments but immediately dismisses them. Someone enters a healthy relationship and secretly waits for the other person to discover their flaws. Not because they want rejection, because they expect it. The shame tells them that acceptance has limits, that love is conditional, that eventually everyone will see what they see, so they become hyper-aware of imperfections. Every mistake feels enormous. Every weakness feels dangerous. Every flaw feels like evidence. And yet, the people around them often see something completely different. They see kindness, resilience, intelligence, creativity, compassion, potential. But shame acts like a distorted mirror. No matter how positive reality becomes, the reflection remains damaged. The tragedy is that many people spend decades trying to earn enoughness, as if worth is something awarded after reaching a certain milestone, after enough success, after enough improvement, after enough approval, after enough perfection. But enoughness is not a destination. It is not waiting somewhere in the future. Because if a person fundamentally believes they are inadequate, no achievement will ever feel large enough to change that belief. The wound simply adapts. It raises the standard again, and again, and again. Healing begins when people recognize something difficult. The feeling of not being enough is not proof that they are lacking. It is evidence that an old wound is still speaking. A wound that learned to confuse worth with performance. A wound that learned to measure value through comparison. A wound that spent years convincing them they needed to become someone else before they deserved acceptance. The truth hidden beneath all that shame is surprisingly simple. The person who keeps chasing enoughness has likely been enough for far longer than they realize. The tragedy is not that they lack value. The tragedy is that they have spent so much of their life unable to see it. Mourning a childhood you never had. Not every loss comes from something being taken away. Sometimes the deepest pain comes from something that was never there in the first place. No dramatic ending. No clear moment of disappearance. Just an absence that quietly shaped an entire life. Many people spend years feeling a sadness they cannot fully explain. They tell themselves they should be grateful. They remind themselves that other people had it worse. They convince themselves that the past is over and there is no point thinking about it anymore. Yet something inside them never completely settles. A certain kind of loneliness remains. A certain kind of longing remains. A certain kind of emptiness follows them into adulthood. And often, what they are actually grieving is the childhood they never had. This grief is difficult to recognize because it is invisible. You cannot mourn memories that never existed. You cannot point to moments that never happened. There are no photographs of the affection you never received. No recordings of the encouragement you needed, but never heard. No evidence of the emotional safety that should have been there but was not. All that remains is the feeling. The feeling that something important was missing. Children are not supposed to spend their early years worrying about adult problems. They are not supposed to carry emotional burdens that exceed their age. They are not supposed to become caretakers, peacekeepers, or emotional support systems for the people raising them. Yet many do. Some children grow up in homes where they learn very quickly that their own needs come second. Second to conflict. Second to stress. Second to survival. Second to the emotions of the adults around them. Instead of exploring the world with curiosity, they learn how to read moods. Instead of feeling protected, they learn how to stay alert. Instead of receiving support, they become the ones providing it. And because this becomes normal, they often do not realize how much they lost. The child adapts. Children always adapt. That is what makes them so resilient. And sometimes, that is what makes the damage so difficult to see. A child who receives very little affection may stop asking for it. A child who is constantly criticized may stop expressing themselves. A child who feels unsafe may become quiet and invisible. From the outside, these adaptations can look like maturity. People may even praise them for it. Such a responsible child. Such a mature child. Such an independent child. But independence is not always a sign of strength. Sometimes it is evidence that nobody was there when strength was needed. Years later, adulthood arrives. The child grows up. Life moves forward. Responsibilities increase. Careers begin. Relationships form. Everything appears normal, yet strange moments start appearing. Someone sees a parent comforting their child and feels unexpectedly emotional. Someone watches old family videos from another household and feels a pain they cannot explain. Someone hears people talk warmly about childhood memories and feels disconnected from the conversation. These reactions often seem confusing because they are not grieving what happened. They are grieving what never happened. The bedtime conversations they never had. The emotional support they never received. The feeling of being understood. The feeling of being protected. The feeling of being allowed to simply be a child. Psychologists often describe childhood as the foundation upon which emotional security is built. During those early years, children develop beliefs about themselves, other people, and the world around them. Am I safe? Am I valued? Do my feelings matter? Can I trust others? When those needs are consistently met, the answers tend to become positive. When those needs are repeatedly unmet, very different beliefs can take root, and those beliefs often survive long after childhood ends. That is why someone can be 30, 40, or 60 years old and still feel emotional pain connected to experiences that happened decades earlier. The wound is not measuring time. It is measuring resolution, and unresolved grief has a way of staying present. What makes this particular grief so painful is that there is no obvious way to reclaim what was lost. A person cannot go back and create the childhood they needed. They cannot relive those years. They cannot become the child they never got to be. That realization can feel devastating because it forces people to confront a truth they have often avoided for years. Some losses cannot be undone. Some needs were never met. Some experiences were missed, and pretending otherwise only prolongs the pain. Many people spend decades minimizing these losses. They tell themselves it was not that bad. They compare their experiences to worse situations. They dismiss their feelings entirely. But healing does not begin with comparison. It begins with acknowledgement. The child who felt unseen deserved to be seen. The child who felt alone deserved support. The child who carried too much deserved help. The child who was forced to grow up too quickly deserved the chance to simply be young. These truths matter, not because they change the past, because they finally validate it. For many people, the most powerful moment comes when they stop arguing with their grief, when they stop trying to convince themselves they should not feel hurt, when they stop pretending the absence did not matter, because it did matter, a great deal. The sadness exists for a reason. The longing exists for a reason. The ache exists for a reason. They are reminders of needs that were real and important. And perhaps the most surprising part of healing is discovering that grieving the childhood you never had is not about becoming trapped in the past. It is about finally telling the truth about it. The truth that something valuable was missing. The truth that the loss was real. The truth that the child you once were deserved more than they received. And when people finally allow themselves to mourn that reality, something unexpected often happens. The grief begins to soften. Not because the past changes, but because they stop carrying the burden of pretending it did not hurt. And sometimes, that honesty becomes the first act of care that child has ever truly received. The silent pain of emotional neglect. Some emotional wounds leave visible scars. Others leave memories so painful that they are impossible to forget. But emotional neglect is different. It often leaves nothing obvious behind. No dramatic story. No single moment people can point to and say, That is where the damage happened. That is why so many people carry this wound for years without recognizing it. They know something feels wrong. They know relationships feel harder than they should. They know there is an emptiness they cannot explain. But when they look back at their childhood, they struggle to identify the source. After all, nothing terrible happened, and that is exactly what makes emotional neglect so difficult to see. The wound is often created not by what happened, but by what never happened. The comfort that never came, the conversations that never took place, the reassurance that was never offered, the emotional support that should have been there but was not. Imagine a child who falls down and gets hurt. The physical pain eventually fades. But what helps the child feel safe is not only getting back up. It is having someone kneel beside them, acknowledge their pain, and remind them they are not alone. Now imagine a child who repeatedly experiences difficult emotions but receives no emotional response. Their sadness is ignored. Their fears are dismissed. Their excitement is overlooked. Their struggles go unnoticed. The child learns something powerful, not because anyone directly teaches it, because the absence teaches it. My feelings do not matter. At first, that lesson may seem small. Over time, it becomes a way of seeing the world. Children naturally look to the adults around them for emotional guidance. They learn what emotions mean by observing how caregivers respond. When feelings are acknowledged, children learn that emotions are normal and manageable. When feelings are consistently ignored, a different lesson emerges. Keep it to yourself. Handle it alone. Do not burden anyone. Do not expect support. The child adapts. Children always adapt. That adaptation helps them survive. But survival strategies often become lifelong habits. Years later, the child grows into an adult who struggles to identify what they feel. An adult who says they are fine, even when they are overwhelmed. An adult who has difficulty asking for help. An adult who feels disconnected from their own emotional world. And because there was no obvious trauma, they often blame themselves. Why am I like this? Why do relationships feel difficult? Why do I feel empty for no reason? The answer is often hidden in what was missing. One of the most surprising effects of emotional neglect is that many people cannot recognize their own needs. They become so accustomed to focusing on other people that they lose touch with themselves. Ask them what others need. They can answer immediately. Ask them what they need. Silence. Not because they do not have needs, because they spent years learning to ignore them. This pattern frequently follows people into adulthood. They become caregivers, problem solvers, support systems, the person everyone relies on, the person who listens to everyone else's problems, the person who rarely talks about their own. From the outside, this can look like strength, but underneath is often profound loneliness. Because giving support is not the same as receiving it, and many people who experienced emotional neglect become experts at one while struggling deeply with the other. What makes this wound especially painful is that it often creates a feeling of emotional invisibility. The person may be physically present in relationships, yet still feel unseen. They may have friends, family, and partners who care about them. Yet a part of them remains convinced that nobody truly understands them. The reason is simple. They learned very early that their inner world was not important enough to explore. As a result, they stopped sharing it. You can see this in everyday interactions. Someone asks how they are doing. They automatically respond with a brief answer. Someone offers support. They quickly minimize their struggles. Someone tries to help. They insist they can handle it themselves, not because they do not want connection, because independence feels safer than disappointment. Psychological research has shown that emotional attunement plays a crucial role in healthy development. Children need more than food, shelter, and protection. They need emotional acknowledgement. They need caregivers who notice, respond, and engage with their feelings. Without that process, emotional growth can become disrupted. The child learns how to survive, but they never fully learn how to be emotionally supported. As adults, this often creates a strange contradiction. They crave closeness, yet struggle to trust it. They want understanding, yet have difficulty expressing themselves. They want people to know them, yet keep important parts of themselves hidden. The wound quietly sabotages the very connection they desire. Perhaps the saddest part of emotional neglect is how easily it gets dismissed. People compare their experiences to more obvious forms of suffering. They tell themselves they should not complain. They convince themselves that because nobody intentionally hurt them, their pain is not real. But emotional neglect is not defined by intent, it is defined by impact. A child can grow up in a home where basic needs are met and still carry deep emotional wounds. A child can receive food, clothing, and education while feeling emotionally unseen. Both realities can exist at the same time. Acknowledging that truth is often the beginning of healing, because healing starts when people stop questioning whether their pain is valid. The emptiness is real. The loneliness is real. The confusion is real. And most importantly, the needs that went unmet were real. The goal is not to blame the past forever. The goal is to understand it honestly, to recognize that emotional neglect leaves scars even when they are invisible, to recognize that feeling disconnected did not happen by accident, to recognize that struggling with vulnerability, trust, or self-expression does not mean something is wrong with you. It often means something important was missing. And when people finally understand that, many experience an unexpected sense of relief. Not because the wound instantly disappears, but because they stop seeing themselves as broken. They begin seeing themselves as someone who adapted to an emotional absence that should never have existed. And that understanding can become the first step toward giving themselves the care, attention, and emotional presence they needed all along. Living behind a carefully constructed persona. There are people who spend so much time becoming who the world wants them to be that they slowly lose touch with who they actually are. They wake up, go through their routines, have conversations, maintain relationships, and fulfill responsibilities. From the outside, everything appears normal. In many cases, everything appears impressive. They seem confident. They seem successful. They seem composed. They seem like they have figured life out. Yet beneath the surface, many of them are carrying a secret exhaustion that nobody sees. The exhaustion of constantly performing. The exhaustion of maintaining an identity that feels safer than authenticity. The exhaustion of living behind a carefully constructed persona. The strange thing about personas is that they rarely begin as deception. Most people do not wake up one day and decide to become someone else. The process is much more gradual. It starts with adaptation. A child notices which behaviors earn approval. A teenager learns which qualities attract acceptance. An adult discovers which version of themselves makes life easier. Little by little, they begin shaping themselves around expectations. At first, this seems harmless. Everyone adjusts their behavior depending on the situation. That is part of being human. The problem begins when adaptation becomes identity. when the mask becomes so familiar that the person underneath starts disappearing. For many people, this process begins during childhood. A child who feels rejected for expressing emotions may learn to appear strong all the time. A child who receives praise only for achievement may learn to define themselves through success. A child who experiences criticism may become whoever they think others want them to be. The lesson is rarely spoken aloud, but it becomes deeply understood. The real me is not safe. The real me is not enough. The real me needs to be edited. And so the construction begins. Each layer serves a purpose. The funny persona protects vulnerability. The successful persona protects insecurity. The independent persona protects fear. The perfect persona protects shame. Over time, these identities become incredibly convincing, not only to others, to the person wearing them. That is why many people carrying this wound struggle to recognize it. They have been performing for so long that the performance feels natural. Yet certain moments reveal the truth. Moments when someone asks a simple question and they do not know how to answer. What do you really want? What do you actually feel? Who are you when nobody is watching? These questions can create discomfort because they point toward something the persona has been hiding. The authentic self. The part that has been pushed aside in order to maintain acceptance. One of the biggest shocks people experience is realizing that external success does not automatically eliminate this wound. In fact, success can sometimes make it worse. Imagine spending years building a life around an image. People admire you, respect you, depend on you. They complement the version of yourself you present to the world. On the surface, this sounds rewarding, but there is often a painful question hiding underneath. Would they still feel the same if they knew who I really am? That question can become a source of constant anxiety, because every compliment feels directed toward the persona. Every achievement strengthens the performance. Every success creates more pressure to maintain it. The person becomes trapped by the very identity that once protected them. Psychologists have long observed that human beings possess a fundamental need for authenticity. People are healthiest when their external lives align with their internal experiences. When there is a large gap between the two, emotional strain begins to build. The mind becomes divided. One part manages the image. The other part remains hidden. Maintaining that division requires energy. A tremendous amount of energy. That is why people living behind personas often feel exhausted, even when nothing appears wrong. They are carrying two lives at once. The life others see, and the life they keep concealed. This hidden tension often appears in relationships. Someone shares only the polished parts of themselves. They reveal strengths but hide struggles. They reveal accomplishments but hide fears. They reveal confidence but hide uncertainty. As a result, relationships may look close while feeling emotionally distant. Not because nobody cares, because genuine connection requires authenticity, and authenticity always involves risk. The risk of rejection, the risk of disappointment, the risk of being misunderstood. For someone who built their identity around protection, those risks can feel enormous. That is why many people continue performing even when they desperately want connection. The mask feels safer, at least temporarily. But safety comes with a cost. The more someone hides, the less known they feel. The less known they feel, the lonelier they become. Eventually, they reach a painful realization. People cannot connect deeply with a version of you that is not entirely real. They can admire it, respect it, even love it. But true intimacy requires something deeper. It requires allowing others to see the parts that feel imperfect, the parts that feel uncertain, the parts that feel vulnerable. This is where the hidden pain of personas becomes most obvious. The person often believes the mask protects them from rejection. What they do not realize is that it also protects them from acceptance. Because every act of genuine acceptance raises a difficult question. Are they accepting me? Or are they accepting the character I created? That uncertainty can become emotionally unbearable. Many people spend years chasing confidence when what they truly need is authenticity. Confidence built on performance remains fragile. Authenticity creates something far more stable. It creates the possibility of being valued without pretending, the possibility of being understood without editing yourself, the possibility of being loved without earning it through perfection. The journey toward that kind of honesty is rarely easy. It requires letting go of identities that once felt necessary. It requires facing fears that have existed for years. It requires trusting that your value does not depend on maintaining an image. But sooner or later, many people discover a truth they have been avoiding their entire lives. The persona that protected them from pain also protected them from connection. And while masks can help people survive, they can never give them the one thing they were searching for all along: the experience of being fully seen and accepted as they truly are. The loneliness of being surrounded by people. A few emotional experiences are more confusing than feeling lonely in a crowded room. Most people assume loneliness comes from isolation. They imagine someone sitting alone, disconnected from the world, with nobody to talk to and nowhere to belong. But some of the loneliest people on earth are surrounded by friends, family, co-workers, and constant interaction. They receive messages. They attend gatherings. They have conversations every day. People know their name. People recognize their face. People may even care deeply about them. Yet, when the day ends and they are left alone with their thoughts, an uncomfortable feeling returns. The feeling that nobody truly knows them. The feeling that something important is missing. The feeling that despite being surrounded by people, they are somehow still alone. This kind of loneliness is different because it is not caused by the absence of people. It is caused by the absence of connection. And those two things are not the same. A person can spend every day around others and still feel emotionally disconnected. In fact, that experience can sometimes feel more painful than physical isolation. When you are alone, the loneliness makes sense. But when people are all around you and the emptiness remains, it creates confusion. You start questioning yourself. Why do I still feel this way? What is wrong with me? Why does connection seem easier for everyone else? The answer often has nothing to do with the number of people in your life. It has everything to do with how deeply you feel seen by them. Think about how many conversations happen every day that never move beyond the surface. People discuss work, schedules, responsibilities, entertainment, and daily events. They exchange information. They share updates. They fill silence. But very little of it touches the deeper parts of who they are, the fears they carry, the wounds they hide, the questions they wrestle with, the insecurities they never say aloud. As a result, people can spend years interacting without ever truly connecting. And somewhere deep inside, the human mind notices, because human beings do not merely need company. They need understanding. This emotional wound often develops gradually. Many people learn early in life that showing their true feelings is risky. Maybe vulnerability was ignored. Maybe honesty was criticized. Maybe emotional expression was met with discomfort. Whatever the reason, they begin editing themselves. They share only certain parts. They hide the rest. Over time, this becomes automatic. They smile when they are struggling. They say they are fine when they are overwhelmed. They appear strong when they feel broken. And eventually, people begin responding to the version they present. The problem is that the real person underneath remains unseen. This creates a painful contradiction. The individual receives attention but not understanding, acceptance but not intimacy, company but not connection. From the outside, their social life may appear healthy. Inside, they feel invisible. Psychologists often describe human connection as one of our most fundamental emotional needs. The brain is wired for belonging. Throughout history, being connected to others increased the chances of survival. As a result, the nervous system pays close attention to social bonds. But belonging is not simply being included. Belonging means feeling known. When people feel physically present, but emotionally unseen, loneliness can persist regardless of how many people surround them. This explains why someone can attend a party full of friends and still feel isolated. Why a person can sit beside a loving partner and still feel misunderstood. Why someone with thousands of followers can feel emotionally disconnected. The issue is not proximity. It is depth. What makes this wound especially difficult is that many people become experts at hiding it. They fear that admitting loneliness will make them appear needy, weak, or ungrateful. So they continue pretending everything is fine. They continue showing up. They continue smiling. They continue participating. Meanwhile, the feeling grows. The loneliness becomes quieter but heavier. And because nobody sees it, nobody addresses it. You can often recognize this wound in people who are constantly available to others. They listen to everyone else's problems. They support everyone else's struggles. They become the reliable person everyone depends on. Yet when they need support themselves, they hesitate. They do not know how to ask. Or they assume nobody would understand. This creates a one-sided pattern of connection. They know everything about everyone else. Very few people know anything about them. The result is emotional isolation hiding inside social interaction. Perhaps the most painful part is that people carrying this wound often blame themselves. They assume they are broken somehow. They assume they are incapable of connection. They assume everyone else has access to something they lack. But often, the issue is not their inability to connect. It is their fear of being seen. Because true connection requires vulnerability. It requires revealing parts of yourself that feel uncertain, imperfect, and real. And for someone who has spent years protecting themselves, that can feel terrifying. The mind starts asking dangerous questions. What if they judge me? What if they leave? What if they see the real me and decide I am not worth staying for? So the walls remain. The conversations remain safe. The relationships remain comfortable. And the loneliness remains untouched. The tragedy is that many people spend years searching for more people when what they actually need is more authenticity. They believe the answer is expanding their social circle, meeting new friends, or staying busier. Sometimes the real solution is much simpler and much harder. Allowing themselves to be known. Because loneliness is not always the absence of others. Sometimes it is the absence of yourself within your relationships. The absence of honesty. The absence of vulnerability. The absence of being fully seen. And when people finally begin sharing the parts they have spent years hiding, something remarkable often happens. The loneliness starts to loosen its grip. not because they suddenly have more people around them, but because they finally stop standing alone behind the walls they built to protect themselves. And for the first time in a very long time, connection becomes something deeper than presence. It becomes understanding. The fear that success will expose your inadequacy. Most people think failure is what scares us. Failure is what keeps us awake at night. Failure is what creates anxiety. Failure is what we spend our lives trying to avoid. But for many people, the deeper fear is not failure at all. It is success, not because they do not want it, not because they are lazy, not because they lack ambition, because somewhere deep inside, they are terrified that achieving what they want will expose something they have spent years trying to hide, the belief that they are not good enough. This fear is rarely obvious. It does not walk into your mind and announce itself. Instead, it disguises itself as perfectionism, procrastination, overthinking, self-doubt, and endless preparation. A person spends months planning but never starts. They keep improving but never feel ready. They keep working but never feel qualified. From the outside, it looks like caution. Underneath, it is often fear. Because success creates visibility, and visibility creates exposure. If nobody notices you, your insecurities stay hidden. If nobody expects anything from you, there is less pressure. If you remain unnoticed, nobody can discover what you secretly believe about yourself. But the moment success enters the picture, everything changes. People begin paying attention. Expectations rise. Opportunities increase. Responsibilities grow. And suddenly, the person who spent years dreaming about success begins feeling strangely uncomfortable. Not because they dislike success, because they fear what comes with it. The possibility of being exposed. You can see this pattern everywhere. Someone gets promoted and immediately feels panic instead of pride. Someone achieves a major goal and cannot enjoy it. Someone receives recognition and becomes convinced it was a mistake. Someone earns praise and secretly wonders how long it will take before everyone realizes they are not as capable as they appear. The achievement arrives. The confidence never does. This experience is far more common than most people realize. Psychologists often refer to a version of this phenomenon as imposter syndrome. It occurs when capable people consistently doubt their abilities despite clear evidence of competence. Even when success accumulates, the mind continues treating it as temporary, accidental, or undeserved. The person keeps waiting for the moment they will be exposed, waiting for someone to uncover the truth, waiting for everyone to realize they never belonged there. The strange thing is that the truth they fear exposing often does not exist. What exists is an old emotional wound, a wound that convinced them their worth depends on flawless performance. For many people, this belief begins during childhood. They learn that mistakes lead to criticism. They learn that approval must be earned. They learn that being exceptional feels safer than being ordinary. Over time, achievement becomes more than achievement. It becomes protection. If I perform well enough, nobody will see my flaws. If I succeed enough, nobody will question my value. If I achieve enough, maybe I will finally feel worthy. At first, this strategy appears effective. The person works harder, accomplishes more, receives praise, builds success. But underneath every accomplishment remains the same unanswered question. What if they discover I am not enough? And because that question never gets resolved, success starts feeling dangerous. Every new achievement raises the stakes. A promotion means more people watching. A larger opportunity means more responsibility. More recognition means more visibility. Instead of feeling relief, the person feels pressure. Pressure to maintain the image. Pressure to avoid mistakes. Pressure to prove they deserve their place. What makes this emotional wound especially exhausting is that it turns victories into threats. Most people imagine success creates freedom. For someone carrying deep feelings of inadequacy, success can create fear. The higher they climb, the harder they feel they have to work to avoid falling. The more recognition they receive, the more terrified they become of disappointing others. Every accomplishment becomes another standard they must maintain. The finish line never arrives. There is always another level to reach, another expectation to satisfy, another reason to doubt themselves. You can often recognize this wound in people who seem incapable of celebrating their achievements. They accomplish something remarkable and immediately shift their attention to what comes next. They minimize their success. They explain it away. They focus on flaws. They compare themselves to people doing better, not because they lack gratitude, because accepting success would require accepting something even more difficult, that they might actually be enough. And for someone who has spent years believing otherwise, that idea can feel surprisingly uncomfortable. The mind prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar freedom. It would rather cling to self-doubt than risk changing its entire view of itself. That is why external success alone rarely heals feelings of inadequacy. No promotion can fix a wound that believes worth must be earned. No award can eliminate a belief formed years earlier. No accomplishment can permanently silence an inner voice that insists nothing is ever enough. The wound simply adapts. The goal becomes bigger. The standards become higher. The expectations become heavier. The person keeps running. And the feeling keeps following. Eventually, many people reach a realization that changes everything. The fear was never about success itself. The fear was about exposure, and the exposure they feared was not exposure of incompetence. It was exposure of vulnerability, exposure of uncertainty, exposure of imperfection, exposure of being human. The truth is that every successful person carries flaws, doubts, limitations, and insecurities. Confidence is not the absence of those things. Confidence is the willingness to move forward despite them. Healing begins when people stop treating their imperfections as evidence of inadequacy. When they stop demanding perfection before allowing themselves to feel worthy. When they stop measuring their value by performance alone. Because the deepest irony of this wound is that the person who fears success will expose their inadequacy is often already proving the opposite. Their dedication, their effort, their resilience, their growth, all stand as evidence. Yet they keep searching for proof that they belong. The reality is that belonging was never something success could provide, because worth is not something waiting at the next achievement. It is something that exists long before the achievement arrives. And the moment a person finally understands that, success stops feeling like a spotlight exposing their flaws. It starts feeling like what it was meant to be all along, an expression of their potential rather than a test of their worth. Carrying rejection long after it happened. Most people think rejection is a moment, a conversation, a breakup, a missed opportunity, a door closing, something painful that happens, hurts for a while, and eventually fades away. But for many people, rejection does not stay in the past. It moves in. It settles quietly beneath their thoughts, shaping how they see themselves long after the original event is over. Years can pass. Entire chapters of life can come and go. New relationships can form. New successes can arrive. New opportunities can appear. Yet the emotional weight of an old rejection remains strangely alive. Not because the event itself was so important, because of what the mind decided it meant. That is where this wound begins. Most rejections last a moment. The meaning we attach to them can last a lifetime. Think about how quickly the brain tries to explain painful experiences. Human beings naturally search for reasons. We want answers. We want certainty. We want to understand why something happened. When rejection occurs, the mind immediately begins filling in the blanks. Why did they leave? Why was I overlooked? Why was I not chosen? Why was I not enough? And for many people, the answer becomes deeply personal. Instead of viewing rejection as a circumstance, they view it as a verdict, not something that happened to them, something that revealed the truth about them. That shift changes everything. A rejected application becomes proof of inadequacy. A failed relationship becomes proof of unworthiness. A social exclusion becomes proof that they do not belong. The event ends. The conclusion remains. What makes rejection especially powerful is that human beings are biologically wired to care about acceptance. For most of human history, belonging to a group was connected to survival. Being excluded could carry serious consequences. As a result, the brain treats rejection as a significant threat. Research has shown that social rejection activates many of the same neural pathways associated with physical pain. In other words, emotional rejection does not merely feel painful metaphorically. The brain experiences it as something genuinely threatening. That is why certain memories remain so vivid. Years later, a person can still remember exactly how it felt to be ignored, abandoned, dismissed, or excluded. The emotional intensity leaves a mark. But the deeper wound is often not the rejection itself. It is the identity that grows around it. Imagine a teenager who experiences rejection from a group of peers. The experience hurts, but what happens next matters even more. If they conclude that the rejection happened because they are fundamentally unlikable, that belief can follow them into adulthood. They become cautious around people. They expect exclusion. They assume others are judging them. Not because those things are happening, because the old wound is still interpreting reality. The rejection may have lasted weeks. The belief can last decades. This is why some people continue protecting themselves from dangers that no longer exist. They avoid vulnerability because of a heartbreak that happened years ago. They hesitate to pursue opportunities because of failures from the past. They struggle to trust new relationships because of someone who betrayed them long ago. The original event is over, but emotionally, they are still responding to it. The wound remains active. You can often recognize this pattern in subtle ways. Someone receives positive feedback but focuses entirely on one criticism. Someone enters a healthy relationship but constantly fears abandonment. Someone gets invited, included, and appreciated but still feels like an outsider. The present moment says one thing, the old rejection says another, and the old rejection often feels louder. This happens because emotional wounds do not simply store memories. They create expectations. The brain learns from painful experiences and attempts to prevent them from happening again. In theory, this sounds helpful. In practice, it often becomes limiting. The mind starts treating every new situation as if it might repeat the past. Every disagreement feels like the beginning of abandonment. Every setback feels like confirmation of failure. Every disappointment feels connected to earlier pain. Without realizing it, people begin living in reaction to experiences that ended years ago. The saddest part is that carrying rejection for too long can become a form of self-imprisonment. A person may continue rejecting themselves on behalf of people who stopped thinking about them years earlier. They assume they will fail before trying. They withdraw before anyone can reject them. They stay silent before anyone can disagree. They shrink themselves to avoid reliving old pain. The protection becomes a cage, and all the while, life keeps moving. New people arrive. New possibilities appear. New connections become available. But old wounds make it difficult to see them clearly, because rejection has convinced the person that the future will resemble the past. One of the most important realizations in healing is understanding that rejection is information, not identity. Not every closed door is a judgment of your worth. Not every ending is proof of inadequacy. Not every disappointment reveals a personal flaw. Sometimes people leave because they are unable to stay. Sometimes opportunities disappear because circumstances change. Sometimes rejection says more about the situation than the individual. Yet emotional wounds rarely make those distinctions. They personalize everything. That is why healing requires more than moving on. It requires challenging the meaning that was attached to the experience. The belief that rejection proved something permanent, the belief that one painful moment defined an entire identity, the belief that being rejected once means expecting rejection forever, because the truth is that every person who has ever lived has faced rejection in some form. No one escapes it. The difference is that some people experience rejection and continue growing. Others build their entire self-image around it. And that choice, often made unconsciously, shapes years of their life. The rejection itself may have lasted a day, a week, a month, but the story attached to it can last much longer. Until one day a person finally realizes that they have been carrying an old wound as if it were a permanent truth. And when they set that burden down, something remarkable happens. The past remains part of their story, but it no longer controls the future. The rejection still happened. The pain was still real, but it stops being evidence of who they are and becomes what it always should have been. An experience they survived rather than an identity they inherited. The guilt of choosing yourself over others. There are people who can make difficult decisions, set clear boundaries, and walk away from situations that no longer serve them without carrying overwhelming guilt. Then there are people who feel guilty for the smallest act of self-care. They feel guilty for saying no, guilty for resting, guilty for disappointing someone, guilty for putting their own needs first, guilty for protecting their peace, and guilty for choosing themselves. To someone on the outside, this reaction can seem irrational. After all, everyone has limits. Everyone has needs. Everyone deserves time, energy, and care. Yet, for many people, choosing themselves feels strangely wrong, not uncomfortable. Wrong, as if prioritizing their own well-being somehow makes them selfish, as if protecting their emotional health is a betrayal, as if every act of self-respect comes at the expense of someone else. This emotional wound often develops so gradually that people mistake it for their personality. They assume they are simply caring, generous, or considerate. And while those qualities may be true, there is often something deeper happening beneath the surface. A fear that their value depends on what they provide for others. For many people, this lesson begins early in life. A child learns that keeping everyone happy reduces conflict. A child learns that meeting other people's needs earns approval. A child learns that expressing their own needs creates tension, disappointment, or criticism. Slowly, an invisible rule forms. Other people matter more than I do. The child does not consciously choose this belief. They adapt to it, and because the strategy works, it becomes part of who they are. They become accommodating, helpful, reliable, understanding, the person everyone can count on, the person who always says yes, the person who never asks for much. From the outside, these traits are often praised. People admire them, depend on them, appreciate them. But what nobody sees is the cost. Because every time they prioritize someone else while ignoring themselves, a quiet message gets reinforced. My needs are less important. Over time, that message becomes difficult to challenge. Years later, adulthood arrives. The person has responsibilities, relationships, and countless demands on their time. Eventually, they begin feeling exhausted, burned out, emotionally drained. Naturally, they realize something needs to change. Maybe they need stronger boundaries. Maybe they need more rest. Maybe they need to stop carrying everyone's problems. Maybe they need to start putting themselves first occasionally. But the moment they try, something unexpected happens. Guilt, immediate and intense guilt. A simple no feels like cruelty. A boundary feels like rejection. A personal need feels selfish. A moment of rest feels undeserved. The emotional reaction often feels so strong that they return to old patterns just to make the discomfort disappear. What makes this wound especially painful is that the guilt often appears even when the person has done nothing wrong. Imagine someone who spends years helping everyone around them. They answer calls late at night. They solve problems. They offer support. They sacrifice time, energy, and emotional resources. Then one day, they decide they cannot do it anymore. They need space. They need rest. They need to focus on themselves. Objectively, this is reasonable. Emotionally, it can feel unbearable. Because the guilt is not responding to reality. It is responding to an old belief, the belief that love must be earned through self-sacrifice. Psychologists often observe that people who struggle with boundaries frequently tie their self-worth to usefulness. They feel valuable when they are helping, important when they are needed, safe when they are giving. At first, this can create a sense of purpose. But it also creates a dangerous trap, because human needs are endless. No matter how much a person gives, there is always more they could do. Another favor, another sacrifice, another problem to solve, another burden to carry. And eventually, they become exhausted from trying to prove their worth through endless service. The tragedy is that many people spend years believing they are being kind when they are actually abandoning themselves. They know how to care for everyone else. They do not know how to care for themselves. They know how to recognize other people's needs. They struggle to recognize their own. They know how to offer compassion outward. They rarely direct that compassion inward. You can often see this wound in relationships. Someone stays longer than they should because leaving feels selfish. Someone tolerates behavior that hurts them because confrontation creates guilt. Someone constantly puts their partner's happiness above their own because they fear being seen as demanding. The pattern repeats again and again, not because they enjoy suffering, because they have been conditioned to associate self-protection with selfishness. And those are not the same thing. One of the most important truths many people never learn is that choosing yourself does not automatically mean rejecting others. Setting a boundary is not cruelty. Resting is not laziness. Protecting your mental health is not selfishness. Having needs does not make you difficult. Yet emotional wounds often distort these realities. They convince people that self-care requires justification, that boundaries require apology, that personal well-being must always come last. The result is a life spent constantly managing other people's comfort while quietly neglecting their own. Eventually, something has to give. The body becomes exhausted. The mind becomes overwhelmed. Resentment begins to grow, not because they stopped caring about others, because they spent too long ignoring themselves. Healing begins when people recognize a difficult truth. The guilt they feel is not always a signal that they are doing something wrong. Sometimes it is a sign that they are doing something unfamiliar, a sign that they are challenging old conditioning, a sign that they are finally stepping outside a role they have occupied for years. That does not make the guilt disappear overnight, but it changes the way they understand it. Instead of seeing guilt as proof of selfishness, they begin seeing it as evidence of growth, evidence that they are learning a new way to exist, a way where their needs matter too, a way where their well-being deserves attention, a way where their value is not measured solely by what they give away, because the truth is that choosing yourself does not mean caring less about other people. It means finally recognizing that you are one of the people who deserves your care. And for someone who has spent a lifetime putting themselves last, that realization can feel both terrifying and incredibly freeing. The moment they stop viewing self-respect as selfishness is often the moment they begin reclaiming parts of themselves they never realized they had lost. Losing trust in your own judgment. Few emotional wounds are as disorienting as reaching a point where you can no longer trust yourself. Not because you lack intelligence, not because you are incapable, not because you have never made good decisions, but because somewhere along the way, your confidence in your own judgment slowly began to disappear. At first, it shows up in small ways. You second-guess simple choices. You ask other people for reassurance before making decisions. You replay conversations repeatedly, wondering if you said the wrong thing. You hesitate even when your instincts feel clear. What once felt natural now feels uncertain. And over time, something changes. You stop looking inward for answers. You start looking everywhere else, to friends, to family, to experts, to strangers, to anyone who seems more certain than you. Because deep down a painful belief has taken root. I cannot trust myself. This wound is often invisible to the outside world. People may see someone who is thoughtful, careful, or considerate. What they do not see is the constant internal battle taking place beneath the surface. Every decision becomes a negotiation. Every choice becomes a source of anxiety. Every mistake becomes evidence that trusting yourself is dangerous. The exhausting part is that life never stops demanding decisions. What career should I pursue? Should I stay or leave? Should I trust this person? Should I speak up? Should I take the risk? For someone who has lost trust in their own judgment, even ordinary choices can feel overwhelming. Because every decision carries more than uncertainty. It carries fear. Fear of being wrong. Fear of making a mistake. Fear of proving the worst beliefs they hold about themselves. What makes this wound especially painful is that it rarely appears overnight. Most people are not born doubting themselves. The doubt is learned. For many, it begins in childhood. A child expresses an opinion and is repeatedly dismissed. A child shares a feeling and is told they are overreacting. A child trusts their instincts but is constantly corrected or criticized. Over time, they learn an important lesson. My perception cannot be trusted. Other people know better than I do. The child gradually stops relying on their inner voice. Instead, they become dependent on external approval and guidance. At first, this adaptation helps them avoid conflict. Years later, it creates a different problem. They no longer know how to trust themselves. In some cases, the wound becomes even deeper through relationships. A person may spend years with someone who constantly questions their reality. Their concerns are dismissed. Their memories are challenged. Their feelings are minimized. Their perspective is repeatedly invalidated. Eventually, they begin questioning everything. Did that really happen? Am I being unreasonable? Am I imagining things? Am I the problem? When this happens repeatedly, self-trust starts to erode. Not all at once, piece by piece, until the person feels disconnected from their own judgment. Psychologists often describe self-trust as a foundation of emotional well-being. It allows people to navigate uncertainty, make decisions, and recover from mistakes. Without it, life becomes exhausting because every choice feels loaded with danger. The irony is that people who struggle most with self-trust are often highly self-aware. They think deeply. They reflect carefully. They consider consequences. Yet instead of helping them feel confident, that awareness turns into endless overanalysis. The mind becomes trapped in loops. What if I am wrong? What if I missed something? What if someone else knows better? The search for certainty becomes endless, and certainty never arrives. You can often recognize this wound in people who constantly seek validation before making decisions. They ask multiple people for advice, not because they value different perspectives, but because they are afraid to rely on their own. Even after receiving advice, they remain uncertain, not because the advice is bad, because the real issue is not information. The real issue is trust. Without self-trust, no amount of reassurance feels permanent. There is always another opinion to seek, another perspective to consider, another reason to doubt. The saddest part is that many people carrying this wound become disconnected from their intuition. Deep down, they often know what feels right. Their instincts are still there, but they have learned not to listen. Every time the inner voice speaks, doubt immediately interrupts. You cannot be sure. You should ask someone else. What if you are wrong again? And so the person keeps moving further away from themselves. The result is a strange kind of loneliness. Not loneliness from other people. Loneliness from within. Because trust is not only something we build with others. It is something we build with ourselves. And when that relationship becomes damaged, every area of life feels less stable. One mistake many people make is believing they need to become perfect before they can trust themselves again. They think confidence comes from never making errors, never choosing incorrectly, but never experiencing regret. But that is impossible. No human being makes perfect decisions. The people who trust themselves are not people who never make mistakes. They are people who understand that mistakes do not destroy their worth. They know they can survive being wrong. They know they can learn. They know they can adapt. And because of that, they do not fear their own judgment. Healing this wound begins with a difficult realization. The goal is not to eliminate uncertainty. The goal is to rebuild trust. Trust that you can handle outcomes even when they are imperfect. Trust that your perspective has value. Trust that your feelings deserve consideration. Trust that your instincts are worth listening to. Trust that being wrong sometimes does not mean you are incapable. For many people, this process feels uncomfortable at first. They have spent years outsourcing their confidence, years believing that other people possess answers they lack, years treating their own voice as less reliable than everyone else's. Reversing that pattern takes time. But every act of self-trust matters. Every decision made without excessive reassurance. Every instinct honored. Every opinion expressed honestly. Every boundary respected. These moments slowly rebuild something that was lost, because self-trust is not created through perfection. It is created through experience, through listening to yourself, through respecting your own perspective, through proving, again and again, that your voice deserves a place at the table. And perhaps the most powerful moment comes when a person finally realizes that the judgment they have been searching for in everyone else has been quietly waiting inside them all along. Not flawless, not infallible, but far more trustworthy than they ever allowed themselves to believe. The wound of never feeling safe to express emotions. Some people cry easily. Some people openly share what they feel. Some people can talk about their fears, frustrations, sadness, and pain without feeling ashamed. And then there are people who learned very early that emotions are dangerous. Not dangerous in an obvious way. Dangerous because expressing them led to criticism. Dangerous because vulnerability invited rejection. Dangerous because honesty created discomfort. Dangerous because no one seemed willing to hold what they felt. Over time, these people stop expressing emotions altogether. Not because they no longer have them, because hiding them feels safer. That is where this wound begins. The wound of never feeling safe to express emotions is one of the most invisible emotional injuries a person can carry. From the outside, it often looks like strength. The person appears calm under pressure. They rarely complain. They seem independent. They seem composed. They seem capable of handling everything on their own. People admire them for it. They call them strong, resilient, mature, reliable. What nobody realizes is that many of these people are not calm because they feel safe. They are calm because they learned long ago that showing emotion comes with consequences. For many, this lesson starts in childhood. A child begins crying and is told to stop being dramatic. A child expresses anger and is punished for it. A child admits fear and is mocked. A child shares sadness and is ignored. The specific experiences may be different, but the message becomes the same. Certain emotions are not welcome here. The child quickly adapts. Children always adapt. That is how they survive. If sadness is rejected, they hide sadness. If fear is ridiculed, they hide fear. If anger creates problems, they suppress anger. Little by little, the child learns to edit their emotional world. Not consciously, automatically. Eventually, it becomes second nature. The problem is that emotions do not disappear simply because they are hidden. They remain inside, waiting, accumulating, looking for somewhere to go. And when emotions have nowhere to go, they often transform into something else. Sadness becomes numbness. Fear becomes anxiety. Anger becomes self-criticism. Loneliness becomes emotional exhaustion. The person may not even recognize what is happening. They just know they feel overwhelmed, disconnected, or empty. One of the most painful aspects of this wound is that many people lose touch with their own emotional experience. They become experts at managing feelings instead of feeling them. Ask them how they are doing. They will tell you what happened. They will explain the situation. They will describe the facts. But when it comes to identifying what they actually feel, they struggle, not because they lack emotions, because they spent years training themselves not to notice them. Psychologists often refer to emotional safety as one of the foundations of healthy development. Children need environments where emotions can be expressed, acknowledged, and understood. They need to learn that feelings are not threats. They need to learn that sadness does not make them weak, that fear does not make them broken, that anger does not make them bad, that vulnerability does not make them unworthy. Without those lessons, emotional expression can become associated with danger. And once that association forms, it tends to follow people into adulthood. You can see it in relationships. Someone is deeply hurt but says nothing. Someone feels overwhelmed but insists they are fine. Someone desperately needs support but refuses to ask. Someone wants to be understood but cannot bring themselves to open up. Not because they do not trust the people around them, because they do not trust what happens when emotions are revealed. The fear remains. What if they judge me? What if they dismiss me? What if I become a burden? What if they see this part of me and pull away? These questions become internal barriers. The person starts carrying everything alone. And at first, this seems manageable. Until it is not, because emotions were never designed to be carried in isolation. Human beings process feelings through connection. We make sense of our experiences by sharing them, expressing them, and having them acknowledged. When that process is interrupted, emotional pain tends to linger. It stays unresolved. It stays active. It stays heavy. What makes this wound especially heartbreaking is that people who carry it often become the safest place for everyone else's emotions. They listen. They support. They comfort. They understand. They create space for others. Yet when it comes to their own feelings, they remain silent. The very compassion they offer others rarely gets directed toward themselves. Instead, they continue acting strong, continue holding everything together, continue pretending they are unaffected, until one day they become exhausted. Not from feeling too much, from feeling too little for too long, because suppression requires energy. Constant emotional control requires energy. Pretending requires energy. And eventually, even the strongest people reach their limits. The truth is that emotions are not weaknesses to overcome. They are signals, messages, information about our experiences and needs. Ignoring them does not make them disappear. It simply makes them harder to understand. Healing begins when people recognize that emotional expression is not the same as emotional chaos. Feeling sadness does not mean losing control. Expressing fear does not mean becoming weak. Sharing pain does not mean becoming a burden. Being vulnerable does not mean becoming unsafe. These ideas may sound simple. For someone carrying this wound, they can feel revolutionary because they challenge beliefs that have existed for years. Beliefs built through experience. Beliefs reinforced through survival. Beliefs that once felt necessary. The goal is not to become emotionally open overnight. The goal is to slowly create a new relationship with feelings. A relationship built on curiosity instead of fear, acceptance instead of judgment, compassion instead of suppression. Because the emotions that have been hidden all these years are not enemies. They are parts of the self that never received permission to speak. And perhaps the deepest healing comes when a person finally realizes something they should have learned long ago. Their emotions were never the problem. The problem was growing up in environments that made those emotions feel unsafe. And once that truth becomes clear, the silence they have carried for so long begins to lose its power. For the first time, they can stop fighting their feelings and start listening to them. And that is often where real healing begins. The burden of always being the strong one. Every family has one. Every friend group has one. Every workplace seems to have one. The person who keeps everything together when things fall apart. The person everyone turns to during a crisis. The person who stays calm when everyone else is overwhelmed. The person who listens, supports, helps, fixes, and carries more than anyone realizes. From the outside, they seem unshakable. People admire them, depend on them, trust them, and because they appear so strong, almost nobody stops to ask a simple question. Who is carrying them? This is the hidden burden of always being the strong one. A burden that many people carry for years without recognizing how heavy it has become. The strange thing is that most people do not choose this role consciously. It develops slowly. A little responsibility here, a little emotional labor there. Over time, they become the reliable person, the stable person, the capable person. And once people start seeing them that way, the role becomes difficult to escape, because expectations begin to form. Everyone assumes they can handle it. Everyone assumes they are fine. Everyone assumes they do not need the same support they give to others. The person becomes known for their strength, and eventually they begin measuring their worth by it. For many people, this pattern begins in childhood. Maybe there was chaos at home. Maybe there were responsibilities that arrived too early. Maybe there was a parent who needed emotional support instead of providing it. Maybe there were younger siblings who depended on them. Whatever the circumstances, they learned an important lesson. Being strong keeps things together. Being strong keeps people safe. Being strong earns approval. Being strong is necessary. The child adapts. They become mature beyond their years, responsible beyond their years, self-sufficient beyond their years. People often praise these qualities. Such a strong child, such a mature child, such an independent child. What nobody notices is what the child had to sacrifice in order to become those things. Because strength often came at the expense of vulnerability, at the expense of support, at the expense of being cared for. The child learns how to take care of everyone else before learning how to take care of themselves. Years later, adulthood arrives. The pattern remains. When friends are struggling, they show up. When family members need help, they show up. When coworkers are overwhelmed, they show up. When everyone else falls apart, they hold everything together. And they do it so well that people stop wondering whether they ever need help themselves. That is where the loneliness begins. Not because they are surrounded by uncaring people, because they have become so identified with strength that nobody sees the human being underneath it, including themselves. One of the most painful aspects of this wound is that strong people often feel guilty for having needs. They are comfortable being the supporter. They are comfortable being the helper. They are comfortable being the dependable one. But when the roles reverse, something feels wrong. Asking for help feels uncomfortable. Receiving support feels awkward. Admitting weakness feels frightening. Not because they do not deserve care, because they are unfamiliar with it. They have spent so much time carrying others that they no longer know how to be carried. Psychologists often observe that people who strongly identify with being resilient can struggle to acknowledge their own emotional limits. They become accustomed to functioning under pressure. They become accustomed to suppressing their needs. They become accustomed to surviving. The problem is that survival and well-being are not the same thing. A person can survive for years while quietly falling apart inside. You can often recognize this wound in subtle ways. Someone asks how they are doing. They immediately shift the conversation back to the other person. Someone offers help. They politely decline. Someone notices they seem overwhelmed. They minimize it. They say they are fine. They always say they are fine. Even when they are exhausted. even when they are hurting, even when they desperately need someone to notice. Because deep down, many strong people fear becoming a burden. The irony is heartbreaking. They spend their lives carrying everyone else's burdens, yet they feel guilty for sharing their own. Over time, this creates emotional isolation, not because people do not care, because the strong one rarely allows anyone close enough to see the struggle. The mask of competence becomes permanent. The image of resilience becomes exhausting. And eventually, something begins to crack, not always dramatically. Sometimes it appears as burnout. Sometimes it appears as emotional numbness. Sometimes it appears as resentment they cannot explain. Sometimes it appears as a profound sense of loneliness. A loneliness that comes from constantly being needed while rarely feeling understood. The truth is that strength can become a prison when it turns into an identity. When a person believes they must always be okay, always be capable, always be available, always be the one who holds everything together. That kind of strength is unsustainable, because no human being was meant to carry life alone. No human being was meant to be endlessly resilient. No human being was meant to support everyone while never needing support themselves. The strongest people are not the ones who never struggle. They are not the ones who never break down. They are not the ones who never need help. True strength includes the ability to be honest about limitations, to acknowledge pain, to ask for support, to let other people show up for you the way you have shown up for them. Healing begins when people stop treating vulnerability as weakness, when they stop believing their value depends on how much they can carry, when they stop measuring their worth by how useful they are to others, because beneath the role of the strong one is often a person who is tired, a person who has been holding too much for too long, a person who deserves the same compassion they freely give everyone else. And perhaps the most freeing realization of all is this: you do not have to earn care by suffering in silence. You do not have to prove your strength by carrying everything alone. You do not have to be unbreakable to be worthy of love. Sometimes the bravest thing the strong one can do is stop pretending they are invincible and allow themselves to be human, because being human was never weakness. It was the thing they were trying so hard to protect all along. Resentment toward those who never noticed your pain. There is a kind of resentment that does not arrive with shouting, anger, or dramatic confrontations. It grows quietly, almost invisibly. It builds over years, hidden beneath politeness, responsibility, and silence. Most people carrying it do not even realize how much pain is underneath it. They tell themselves they are over it. They tell themselves the past does not matter anymore. They tell themselves they understand why people acted the way they did. Yet, whenever certain memories surface, something still hurts. Something still feels unresolved. Because deep down, they are carrying resentment toward the people who never noticed their pain. Not necessarily the people who caused it, the people who failed to see it, and sometimes that wound cuts even deeper. Many people spend years believing that if they suffer quietly enough, eventually someone will notice. Someone will ask the right question. Someone will recognize that beneath the smile, beneath the achievements, beneath the appearance of being okay, something is wrong. But for countless people, that moment never comes. Life keeps moving, people stay busy, responsibilities continue, and the pain remains invisible. At first, this creates sadness. Over time, sadness often transforms into resentment, because every unnoticed struggle feels like a message. Every overlooked tear, every silent breakdown, every moment of carrying too much alone. The mind starts asking painful questions. How did nobody see it? How did nobody notice what I was carrying? Did I matter so little? Was my pain really that invisible? These questions can stay with a person for years. What makes this wound especially complicated is that the resentment often exists alongside love. A person may deeply care about the very people they feel hurt by. A son may love his parents while resenting how emotionally unavailable they were. A daughter may appreciate everything her family provided while mourning what they failed to notice. A friend may value a relationship while quietly carrying disappointment about the times they felt unseen. Because human emotions are rarely simple. Love and resentment can exist together. Gratitude and grief can exist together. Understanding and hurt can exist together. The problem is that many people feel guilty for experiencing this resentment at all. They tell themselves they should not feel angry. They tell themselves other people were doing their best. They tell themselves nobody intended to hurt them. And those things may be true, but intentions do not erase impact. A person can be unintentionally neglected. A person can be unintentionally overlooked. A person can be unintentionally left alone with burdens they were never meant to carry by themselves. The pain remains real regardless of intent. For many people, this wound begins during childhood. Children are remarkably skilled at hiding distress when they believe they have to. Some become the easy child, the quiet child, the responsible child, the child who never causes problems. Adults often celebrate these children. They seem mature, independent, self-sufficient. They appear to need less support than everyone else. What nobody realizes is that some of these children are not okay. They have simply learned that expressing pain does not lead to comfort, so they stop expressing it. They become experts at suffering silently. Years later, those children often become adults who carry the same pattern. They continue handling everything alone. They continue minimizing their struggles. They continue presenting themselves as capable. Then they wonder why nobody notices when they are hurting. The painful truth is that people cannot always see what has been carefully hidden. Yet understanding that truth does not instantly remove the resentment. Because beneath the anger is often a deeper emotion. Grief. Grief for all the moments someone needed support and did not receive it. Grief for the conversations that never happened. Grief for the comfort that never arrived. Grief for the feeling of being emotionally invisible. Psychologists often note that emotional wounds become especially difficult to heal when they are not acknowledged. Human beings need their experiences validated. We need our pain recognized, not because recognition changes the past, because recognition helps make sense of it. Without acknowledgement, people are left carrying unanswered questions. They keep revisiting old memories. They keep searching for explanations. They keep hoping someone will finally understand. What makes resentment toward unnoticed pain so exhausting is that it keeps people emotionally tied to the past. Part of them remains stuck, waiting for something that may never come. An apology, an acknowledgement, a moment of recognition, a sentence they needed to hear years ago. I see what you went through. I know you were struggling. I should have noticed. Sometimes those words arrive. Often they do not. And that is where the real challenge begins. Because healing cannot depend entirely on other people recognizing what happened. If it does, a person's peace remains trapped in someone else's awareness. That does not mean the resentment is wrong. It means the resentment is pointing toward something important, a wound that deserves acknowledgement, a pain that deserved attention, a younger version of yourself that deserved to be seen. The goal is not to pretend the hurt never existed. The goal is to stop carrying the burden of invisibility alone, to finally tell the truth about what happened. To admit that it hurt, to admit that being overlooked mattered, to admit that part of you was waiting for someone to notice. Because that longing is deeply human. Everyone wants to feel seen. Everyone wants to feel understood. Everyone wants to know that their pain matters. The tragedy is not that you wanted those things. The tragedy is that you had to go without them for so long. And perhaps the most important realization comes when you understand that your suffering was real even if nobody recognized it. Your pain did not require witnesses to be valid. Your struggles did not become important only when someone noticed them. Your wounds were real from the very beginning. The people around you may have missed what you were carrying. They may have overlooked signs that seem obvious now. They may never fully understand what you went through. But their inability to see your pain does not diminish its reality. And sometimes healing begins the moment you stop waiting for everyone else to acknowledge your wounds and start giving that acknowledgement to yourself. Because the understanding you needed was never proof that your pain existed. Your pain already existed. The understanding simply would have reminded you that you did not deserve to carry it alone. Feeling invisible in relationships. One of the most painful experiences a person can have is realizing that someone can be physically present in your life while emotionally missing from it. They text you, they talk to you, they spend time with you. They know your routines, your habits, and the details of your daily life. From the outside, it looks like a relationship. Yet deep inside, something feels empty. You feel unseen, unheard, unknown, and over time, a quiet question begins to grow. If I disappeared emotionally, would anyone even notice? This is the hidden pain of feeling invisible in relationships. A pain that many people carry for years without fully understanding why it hurts so much. What makes this wound especially confusing is that it often exists inside relationships that appear healthy on the surface. There may be no major arguments, no obvious betrayal, no dramatic ending. Everything seems normal. Yet something important is missing: the feeling of being genuinely seen. Human beings do not only need companionship, they need recognition. They need to feel that their thoughts matter, their emotions matter, their struggles matter, and their inner world matters. Without that recognition, even close relationships can start feeling lonely, because proximity is not the same as connection, and familiarity is not the same as understanding. Many people first experience this wound long before adulthood. As children, they may have learned that their emotional world was less important than the needs of others. Perhaps they were praised for being easygoing. Perhaps they learned not to complain. Perhaps they became the child who caused no trouble. Over time, they stopped expecting people to notice what they felt. They became skilled at adapting, skilled at listening, skilled at supporting, skilled at making space for everyone else. The problem is that relationships often mirror the roles people learn early in life. So the child who learned to stay emotionally invisible often becomes the adult who continues doing the same thing. They ask questions. They listen carefully. They remember details. They offer support. They become deeply involved in other people's emotional lives. Meanwhile, very few people become involved in theirs. At first, this does not seem like a problem. They enjoy helping. They enjoy being there for others. But eventually, an uncomfortable reality begins to emerge. People know very little about them, not because nobody cares, because they have spent years making themselves easy to overlook. One of the saddest parts of this wound is that invisible people often become incredibly visible when others need something. When there is a crisis, people call them. When someone needs advice, people seek them out. When problems arise, people depend on them. But when they are struggling, the attention often disappears. The relationship suddenly feels one-sided, and resentment quietly begins to grow. Not because they expect perfection, because they want reciprocity. They want someone to notice when they are hurting without being forced to announce it. They want someone to ask deeper questions. They want someone to care about their inner world as much as they care about everyone else's. The longing is not complicated. It is deeply human. Psychologists often emphasize that emotional attunement is one of the foundations of meaningful relationships. Emotional attunement means feeling understood, feeling recognized, feeling emotionally acknowledged by another person. When that element is missing, relationships can become functional but emotionally unsatisfying. People interact, they communicate, they spend time together, yet the deeper connection never forms. The relationship becomes a collection of interactions rather than a place of genuine understanding. You can often recognize this wound by the thoughts it creates. Nobody really knows me. Nobody notices what I am carrying. Nobody asks how I am really doing. Nobody sees how hard I am trying. These thoughts become increasingly painful because they are connected to a basic emotional need. The need to matter, not through achievements, not through usefulness, not through performance, simply through existence. What makes feeling invisible so exhausting is that many people begin doubting their own importance. They start assuming their feelings are not worth sharing, their needs are not worth mentioning, their struggles are not worth discussing. So they become quieter, more self-sufficient, more emotionally hidden. The invisibility deepens, and the cycle continues. The tragic irony is that people who feel invisible often become experts at hiding the very parts of themselves they want others to see. They suppress their needs, minimize their emotions, pretend they are okay, then wonder why nobody notices. The truth is that emotional invisibility is rarely created by one person alone. Sometimes others fail to pay attention. Sometimes relationships lack depth. Sometimes people become distracted by their own lives. But often, invisible people have also learned to disappear. They learned that staying quiet feels safer, that asking for attention feels uncomfortable, that expressing needs feels risky. As a result, they slowly fade into the background of their own relationships. Healing begins when people recognize something important. Being seen is not selfish. Wanting attention is not weakness. Wanting emotional connection is not neediness. These desires are fundamental human needs. Every person deserves relationships where their thoughts matter, where their emotions matter, where their struggles matter, where their presence matters. The goal is not to demand constant attention. The goal is to stop treating your own inner world as if it is less important than everyone else's. Because the longer a person believes they should remain invisible, the easier it becomes for others to overlook them. And perhaps the most powerful realization comes when they finally understand this. The pain was never caused by wanting too much. It was caused by receiving too little. Too little curiosity, too little understanding, too little emotional presence, too little recognition. The longing to be seen was never the problem. The problem was spending so much of life believing that your needs should remain hidden. And the moment you begin allowing yourself to take up emotional space, something changes. You stop waiting to be discovered. You start allowing yourself to be known. And that is often the first step toward relationships where you no longer feel invisible, even when standing right beside someone you love. The unspoken hurt of being replaced. There are few experiences that strike the human heart as deeply as the feeling of being replaced. Not rejected, not abandoned, replaced, because rejection says someone chose to leave. Being replaced feels like someone found something better, someone newer, someone more valuable, someone more worthy of their attention, affection, or loyalty, and that difference matters. It is why this particular wound can linger for years, quietly shaping the way people see themselves long after the event itself is over. Maybe it happened after a relationship ended. Maybe it happened in a friendship. Maybe it happened within a family. Maybe it happened at work. The situation can change, but the emotional experience often feels remarkably similar. One day, you mattered. The next day, it feels like someone else took your place. And suddenly, questions begin filling the space where certainty used to exist. What did they have that I did not? Why was I so easy to replace? Did I ever matter as much as I thought? Was I simply temporary? These questions can become far more painful than the actual loss, because the mind rarely treats replacement as an event. It treats it as a comparison, and comparisons are dangerous when self-worth is involved. The truth is that most people do not suffer only because someone moved on. They suffer because of the meaning they attach to it. The moment another person appears, the brain starts creating a story about inadequacy, a story about not being enough, a story about being forgotten, a story about being less valuable than someone else. And once that story takes hold, the wound becomes much deeper than the original experience. You can see this happen after breakups all the time. Someone spends months grieving a relationship. Then they discover their former partner is already with someone new. Suddenly, the pain intensifies. Not because the relationship ended again, because the replacement seems to answer a question they were desperately hoping to avoid. Maybe I was not enough. That conclusion often arrives automatically, but it is rarely accurate. Human beings are natural meaning makers. We constantly try to explain emotional pain. Unfortunately, the explanations we create are often far harsher than reality. When someone feels replaced, they tend to focus entirely on themselves. What did I lack? What did I do wrong? What was missing in me? Meanwhile, they ignore countless other possibilities. People change. Circumstances change. Needs change. Relationships evolve. Life moves forward. But emotional wounds rarely allow for complex explanations. They prefer simple ones. And the simplest explanation is often self-blame. For many people, this wound reaches far beyond a single event. Being replaced activates older fears that may have existed for years. A child who felt overlooked when a sibling received more attention. A teenager who felt excluded from a social group. A person who repeatedly experienced abandonment. These earlier experiences create emotional sensitivities that remain hidden until something triggers them. Then suddenly, the present moment feels connected to every previous moment of being left behind. The pain becomes larger than the situation itself. Psychologists sometimes describe this as emotional stacking. The brain does not always respond only to what is happening now. It responds to everything that feels similar to what happened before. That is why being replaced can feel so overwhelming. The current loss is carrying the weight of older losses. The current disappointment is awakening older wounds. The current hurt is speaking to fears that have existed for years. One of the most painful consequences of this wound is that people often begin measuring their worth against the person who replaced them. They compare appearances, success, personality, achievements, popularity, anything they can find. The comparison becomes endless, and it always leads to the same destination: more suffering, because comparison creates a game that cannot be won. There will always be someone different, someone stronger in one area, someone weaker in another, someone who possesses qualities you do not, someone who lacks qualities you have. Yet the wounded mind interprets difference as superiority. It assumes replacement means improvement, as if human beings can be ranked like products on a shelf. But relationships do not work that way. Human connection is far more complex. What makes this wound especially lonely is how often people hide it. They feel embarrassed by how much it hurts. They tell themselves they should move on. They convince themselves they are being immature. So they suffer quietly. They smile publicly. They act unaffected. Meanwhile, inside, they keep revisiting the same questions. Why was I not enough? The tragedy is that this question starts from a false assumption. It assumes replacement happened because of inadequacy. Often, that is not true at all. People leave relationships for countless reasons. Friendships change. Life circumstances shift. Opportunities evolve. Human beings move in different directions. The ending of a connection does not automatically reveal someone's value. Yet emotional pain tends to personalize everything. Healing begins when people stop viewing replacement as a measurement of worth, because worth was never being evaluated in the first place. Another person's decision cannot define your value. Another person's attention cannot determine your significance. Another person's choice cannot erase what you brought into their life. The connection mattered because it existed. The memories mattered because they were real. Your presence mattered because it was genuine. None of those truths disappear simply because someone else arrived afterward. Perhaps the deepest hurt of being replaced comes from feeling forgotten. Feeling as though your impact vanished overnight. Feeling as though your role in someone's life no longer mattered. But people are not chapters that erase one another. Experiences do not disappear because new experiences begin. What was meaningful remains meaningful. What mattered remains part of the story. And perhaps the most important realization is this: being replaced in someone's life does not mean you were replaceable as a person. Those are two entirely different things. One speaks to changing circumstances. The other speaks to human value. And your value was never determined by whether someone stayed, left, or chose someone else. It existed before them. It existed during the relationship, and it continues to exist long after the feeling of being replaced has faded away. The fear of needing people too much. There are people who fear being alone. And then there are people who fear needing anyone at all. At first glance, that might sound strange. Human beings are naturally social. We depend on connection. We seek friendship, love, support, and belonging. The desire to need other people is not a weakness. It is part of being human. Yet for many people, dependence feels dangerous. Not unhealthy dependence. Not obsession. Simply needing someone. Relying on someone. Trusting someone enough that their presence matters. For these people, emotional closeness often comes with a quiet sense of fear. Not because they dislike connection. Because connection creates vulnerability, and vulnerability creates risk. The risk of disappointment, the risk of abandonment, the risk of loss, the risk of discovering that the person you trusted cannot or will not be there when you need them most. That is where this wound begins. Many people carrying this fear appear fiercely independent. They pride themselves on handling problems alone. They rarely ask for help. They rarely lean on others. They often seem strong, capable, and self-sufficient. People admire these qualities. They describe them as resilient, independent, low maintenance. But beneath that independence is often a hidden anxiety. Anxiety about relying on someone and getting hurt. Because for many people, independence was never a preference. It was a survival strategy. Somewhere in their past, they learned a painful lesson. The people I needed were not always available. Maybe they reached for support and found nobody there. Maybe they trusted someone who let them down. Maybe they depended on someone who became unpredictable. Maybe they learned that vulnerability was met with rejection rather than comfort. Whatever the experience, the mind reached a conclusion. Needing people is dangerous. The conclusion makes perfect sense from a survival perspective. If dependence creates pain, avoid dependence. If vulnerability creates disappointment, avoid vulnerability. If attachment creates loss, avoid attachment. The strategy feels protective, and for a while it works. The person becomes incredibly self-reliant. They solve their own problems, manage their own emotions, carry their own burdens. They become the person who never asks for much, the person who always says they are fine, the person who insists they can handle everything alone. From the outside, it looks like confidence. Inside, it often feels like isolation, because the same walls that protect people from disappointment also protect them from connection. One of the most difficult parts of this wound is that it creates an internal conflict. The person wants closeness. They want support. They want meaningful relationships. But the moment they start feeling attached, fear appears. The relationship becomes important. The person starts mattering. And suddenly, the possibility of loss feels real. This can create confusing behavior. Someone pulls away when a relationship gets deeper. Someone avoids asking for support, even when they desperately need it. Someone minimizes their feelings to avoid appearing needy. Someone pretends they are unaffected by situations that hurt them deeply. Not because they do not care, because caring feels dangerous. Psychologists often observe that human beings develop beliefs about relationships based on early experiences. When support is consistent and reliable, people tend to feel safer depending on others. When support is inconsistent, unavailable, or painful, dependence can begin to feel threatening. The person learns to associate emotional needs with emotional risk. And once that connection forms, it tends to follow them into adulthood. You can often recognize this wound in the language people use. I do not want to bother anyone. I should handle it myself. I do not need anything. I am used to being alone. I can take care of it. On the surface, these statements sound strong. But sometimes they are expressions of fear rather than confidence. Fear that needing someone will eventually lead to disappointment. Fear that asking for support will create rejection. Fear that becoming dependent will result in pain. The irony is that people carrying this wound are often the first to support everyone else. They answer calls. They listen patiently. They show up when others are struggling. They provide the very care they struggle to receive, because giving support feels safer than needing it. When you are the helper, you remain in control. When you need help, you become vulnerable, and vulnerability is exactly what they have spent years avoiding. The cost of this strategy grows over time. Not because independence is bad. Healthy independence is valuable. The problem arises when independence becomes emotional isolation, when self-reliance becomes self-abandonment, when strength becomes an excuse to never let anyone close. Eventually, loneliness begins to appear, not necessarily because there are no people around, because nobody is allowed close enough to truly help. The person becomes surrounded by relationships yet still feels alone during their hardest moments. The support exists. They simply cannot bring themselves to reach for it. What makes healing difficult is that the fear often feels justified. After all, people can disappoint us. People can leave. People can make mistakes. The risk is real. But avoiding all dependence comes with its own consequences. A life without vulnerability may feel safer. It also feels lonelier, because meaningful connection requires risk. There is no way around it. Every friendship, every relationship, every act of trust carries uncertainty. The goal is not to eliminate that uncertainty. The goal is to learn that needing people does not make you weak, it makes you human. Strong people need support. Capable people need comfort. Independent people need connection. No amount of resilience changes that reality. Healing begins when people stop treating their emotional needs as problems to solve. When they stop viewing vulnerability as a threat. When they stop believing that asking for support is a sign of failure. Because the truth is that nobody was meant to carry life entirely alone. Not the strongest person, not the smartest person, not the most independent person. No one. And perhaps the most freeing realization comes when a person finally understands that needing someone is not the same as losing yourself. Trusting someone is not weakness. Depending on someone occasionally is not failure. Allowing yourself to be supported is not a burden. It is one of the most natural parts of being human. And the moment you stop fighting that truth is often the moment connection stops feeling like a danger and starts feeling like what it was always meant to be. A place where you no longer have to carry everything by yourself. Emotional numbness disguised as maturity. There is a version of emotional pain that receives praise. People admire it, respect it, even aspire to it. They call it maturity. They call it self-control. They call it emotional strength. And sometimes they are wrong. Because what looks like maturity from the outside can actually be emotional numbness. A person loses something important and barely reacts. A relationship ends and they move on immediately. A major disappointment happens and they seem unaffected. They never get too excited, never get too angry, never get too emotional. Nothing appears to shake them. People often look at someone like this and think they have mastered their emotions. But mastery and disconnection are not the same thing, and many people spend years confusing one for the other. The truth is that emotional numbness rarely begins as a choice. It usually begins as protection. At some point in life, feeling became too painful. Maybe there was loss. Maybe there was rejection. Maybe there was constant stress. Maybe there was emotional neglect. Maybe there were experiences that felt too overwhelming to process. The mind adapts. That is what the mind does. When pain becomes unbearable, it finds ways to survive. One of those ways is emotional shutdown. Instead of fully experiencing feelings, the person gradually learns to disconnect from them. Not consciously, automatically. The emotions do not disappear. Access to them becomes limited. At first, this can feel like relief. If sadness cannot reach you, it cannot hurt you. If disappointment cannot reach you, it cannot overwhelm you. If grief cannot reach you, it cannot break you. The strategy works. at least temporarily. But emotional numbness has a hidden cost. The same walls that keep pain out also keep everything else out. Joy becomes muted. Excitement becomes muted. Love becomes muted. Wonder becomes muted. Life becomes quieter, safer, and strangely empty. Many people carrying this wound do not realize what has happened because society often rewards emotional suppression. From a young age, people hear messages that encourage restraint. Do not be so sensitive. Stay strong. Keep it together. Move on. Do not let it affect you. Over time, emotional distance starts looking like emotional maturity. The person who never cries appears stronger than the person who does. The person who never reacts appears wiser than the person who feels deeply. The person who seems unaffected appears more stable than everyone else. But appearances can be misleading. Psychologists often describe healthy emotional regulation as the ability to experience emotions without being controlled by them. Emotional numbness is something entirely different. It is not managing feelings. It is disconnecting from them. And that distinction matters. Because a person who is emotionally numb is not necessarily at peace. They may simply be disconnected from the parts of themselves that are hurting. One of the clearest signs of this wound is a persistent sense of emptiness. Nothing feels dramatically wrong, yet nothing feels deeply right either. The person functions, works, socializes, maintains responsibilities. Everything appears normal, yet life feels strangely flat. Moments that should feel meaningful pass by without much impact. Achievements bring little satisfaction. Relationships feel distant. Experiences blur together. The person may even begin wondering if something is missing inside them. In reality, something is often being suppressed. Another sign appears in the way emotionally numb people talk about difficult experiences. They can describe painful events with remarkable calmness. They tell heartbreaking stories without visible emotion. They discuss trauma as though they are reading facts from a report. People often interpret this as healing. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is evidence that the emotions were never processed at all, because healing does not mean pain disappears. It means pain is acknowledged, understood, and integrated. Numbness skips that process entirely. It simply disconnects. What makes this wound especially deceptive is that it can feel like strength. After all, emotional numbness often creates a sense of control. The person remains composed, predictable, unshaken. But underneath that control is often fear. Fear of what will happen if the emotions finally surface. Fear of losing control. Fear of being overwhelmed. Fear of opening doors that have remained closed for years. As a result, many people continue avoiding their emotional world. Not because they want to, because they no longer know how to enter it safely. You can often see this pattern in relationships. Someone struggles to express affection, struggles to identify feelings, struggles to connect emotionally, not because they do not care, because they have become disconnected from the emotional signals that create intimacy. The result is often loneliness. Not loneliness caused by isolation. Loneliness caused by disconnection. Disconnection from others. And more importantly, disconnection from themselves. The tragedy is that many emotionally numb people spend years believing they are emotionally healthy because they rarely feel distressed. What they do not realize is that the absence of pain is not always the presence of well-being. Sometimes it is simply the absence of access. Healing begins when people stop treating emotions as threats, when they stop measuring strength by how little they feel, when they stop confusing some suppression with resilience. Because real maturity is not the ability to avoid emotions. It is the ability to face them, to sit with sadness without running, to acknowledge fear without shame, to experience grief without becoming trapped by it, to feel joy without immediately guarding against loss. That kind of maturity requires courage, far more courage than numbness ever demands, because feeling means becoming vulnerable. Feeling means risking discomfort. Feeling means allowing yourself to be affected by life again. And that can be terrifying for someone who has spent years protecting themselves through emotional distance. Yet it is also where healing begins, because beneath the numbness, the emotions never disappeared. The sadness is still there. The hope is still there. The love is still there. The grief is still there. The parts of you that learned to stay silent are still waiting. Waiting for permission to be felt. Waiting for permission to exist. And perhaps the most important realization is this. The goal was never to become someone who feels nothing. The goal was always to become someone who can feel everything without being afraid of it. That is not weakness. That is not instability. That is what genuine emotional maturity has been all along. The lasting impact of constant comparison. Some wounds are created by harsh words. Some are created by rejection. Some are created by neglect. And some are created by a question that follows a person for years. Why can you not be more like them? For many people, comparison was not an occasional experience. It was an environment, a way of being seen, a way of being measured, a way of determining worth. And although the comparisons may have happened years ago, their impact often remains long after the voices that created them have gone silent, because constant comparison does not merely change how people see others. It changes how people see themselves. At first, comparison can seem harmless. Parents compare siblings. Teachers compare students. Friends compare achievements. Society compares appearances, success, intelligence, popularity, and almost everything else. People often treat comparison as motivation, something that encourages growth, something that pushes people to improve. And sometimes it does. But when comparison becomes constant, something very different happens. The person stops asking who they are and starts asking how they measure up. That shift changes everything. Instead of developing an identity, they develop a scoreboard. Every room becomes an evaluation. Every interaction becomes a ranking. Every achievement becomes meaningful only when compared to someone else's. No matter what they accomplish, the question remains the same. Am I enough compared to them? For many people, this pattern begins in childhood. A sibling receives praise. A classmate performs better. A cousin appears more successful. An achievement gets overlooked because someone else accomplished more. The child learns that worth is relative. Being good is not enough. You must be better. Being successful is not enough. You must be more successful. Being loved is not enough. You must be more lovable. Without realizing it, the child begins living inside a competition they never agreed to enter. The problem is that comparison creates a moving target. There is always someone smarter, someone richer, someone more attractive, someone more accomplished, someone more talented, someone who appears to have figured everything out. No matter how much progress a person makes, comparison ensures it never feels complete. Because the goal is always shifting, and when the goal keeps moving, satisfaction becomes impossible. Psychologists have long observed that human beings naturally evaluate themselves in relation to others. The tendency itself is normal. It helps people understand where they stand in the world. The danger emerges when comparison becomes the primary source of self-worth. At that point, identity becomes fragile. confidence becomes conditional, and happiness becomes dependent on circumstances that can never be fully controlled. You can often recognize this wound by the way people respond to success. Someone achieves a major goal. For a brief moment, they feel proud. Then they discover someone else achieved more. The pride disappears. Someone receives recognition, then notices another person receiving greater recognition. The accomplishment suddenly feels smaller. Someone reaches a milestone they once dreamed about. Yet, instead of celebrating, they focus on how far ahead someone else seems to be. The victory becomes invisible, not because it lacks value, because comparison stole the ability to see it. What makes this wound especially painful is that it often creates a permanent feeling of inadequacy. No matter how much the person grows, there is always evidence that they are falling behind. No matter how much they achieve, there is always someone doing better. The mind becomes trained to search for superiority in others and deficiency in itself. And eventually, this pattern becomes automatic. A person enters a room and immediately notices who is more successful, more attractive, more confident, more accomplished. Rarely do they notice their own strengths with the same intensity. The comparison is never fair, because they are comparing their private struggles to someone else's public image, their insecurities to someone else's highlights, their behind-the-scenes reality to another person's carefully presented story. And that comparison almost always ends in self-criticism. The wound becomes even deeper when people start building their identity around outperforming others. Their motivation no longer comes from passion, curiosity, or personal growth. It comes from proving themselves, proving they are enough, proving they deserve recognition, proving they are not falling behind. At first, this can create impressive results. The person works harder, pushes further, achieves more. But underneath the success remains the same fear. If I stop achieving, who am I? Because comparison never teaches people to value themselves. It teaches them to outrun insecurity. And insecurity is difficult to outrun forever. One of the saddest consequences of constant comparison is that it steals joy from ordinary life. A beautiful moment becomes a competition. A personal victory becomes a ranking. A meaningful achievement becomes a measurement. The person stops experiencing life directly. They experience it through evaluation, always calculating, always measuring, always wondering where they stand. Healing begins when people recognize a difficult truth. Comparison is not actually helping them understand their value. It is distracting them from it. Because value cannot be accurately measured through comparison. Human beings are too complex for that. A person's worth is not determined by how they rank against others. It is not determined by who earns more, achieves more, attracts more attention, or receives more praise. Yet many people spend years chasing validation through comparison because they were never taught another way. They were taught to compete, not to appreciate. They were taught to measure, not to understand. They were taught to outperform, not to accept themselves. The result is a life spent running on a treadmill that never stops moving, always striving, always proving, always reaching, yet rarely arriving. Perhaps the most powerful shift happens when a person finally asks a different question. Not how do I compare, but who am I becoming? That question changes the focus entirely. Growth becomes personal. Success becomes meaningful. Progress becomes visible. Life stops being a competition and starts becoming a journey. Because the truth is that there will always be people who have more than you, and there will always be people who have less. That reality never changes. What can change is the belief that your worth depends on where you stand in that comparison. And when that belief finally begins to loosen its grip, something remarkable happens. You stop chasing a version of yourself designed to impress others and start building a life that actually feels like your own. For the first time in a very long time, enough begins to feel like enough. The pain of giving more than you receive. At first, it feels like kindness. You show up for people. You listen when they need someone to talk to. You remember important details. You make sacrifices. You give your time, your energy, your attention, and your care without keeping score. And for a while, it feels good. Helping people feels meaningful. Supporting people feels natural. Being there for others feels like the right thing to do. But then something begins to change. Not all at once. Slowly, quietly. You start noticing that the effort only seems to move in one direction. You are the one checking in. You are the one reaching out. You are the one remembering birthdays. You are the one making plans. You are the one asking how everyone is doing. And when your life becomes difficult, something feels different. The support you freely give is suddenly nowhere to be found. The concern feels smaller. The effort feels weaker. The attention disappears much faster than you expected. And that is when a painful realization begins to form. You have been giving far more than you have been receiving. This wound is one of the most common and least discussed forms of emotional pain, because on the surface it does not look like suffering. The person is caring, generous, helpful, reliable. People often admire them, depend on them, appreciate them. What nobody sees is the exhaustion growing underneath, because constantly giving without receiving eventually creates an emotional debt that the heart cannot ignore. Human beings are not designed for one-sided relationships. We are designed for reciprocity, not perfect balance, not constant equality, but mutual effort, mutual investment. When those things disappear, even the most generous person eventually starts feeling depleted. The strange thing is that many people carrying this wound do not become angry immediately. They become understanding. They make excuses. Everyone is busy. People are stressed. They probably did not mean to forget. They tell themselves these things repeatedly because they genuinely care about the people in their lives. But every disappointment leaves a small mark. Every unanswered need leaves a small mark. Every moment of feeling overlooked leaves a small mark. And eventually those marks become impossible to ignore. For many people, this pattern begins long before adulthood. As children, they learned that love was connected to giving. Maybe they received praise for being helpful. Maybe they became caretakers in their family. Maybe they learned to prioritize other people's needs before their own. Maybe they discovered that being useful earned approval. Over time, giving became more than an act. It became an identity. The child learns an important lesson. If I take care of others, I will be valued. If I meet other people's needs, I will matter. If I give enough, I will be loved. The lesson feels reasonable, but it contains a hidden danger. Because the person gradually stops asking whether their own needs are being met. They become so focused on giving that they forget they need support too. Years later, this pattern follows them into friendships, relationships, and family dynamics. They become the dependable one, the supportive one, the person everyone calls during a crisis, the person everyone relies on. And at first, this role feels rewarding, until they realize that being needed is not the same as being cared for. That realization can be heartbreaking, because many people spend years confusing the two. Someone may constantly seek your help, constantly rely on you, constantly need your presence, yet still fail to truly support you when you need them. The relationship revolves around what you provide rather than who you are. Psychologists often note that healthy relationships require both giving and receiving. When one person consistently occupies the role of giver, imbalance begins to form. Over time, emotional fatigue develops, not because giving is bad, because human beings cannot pour endlessly from an empty cup. Even the most compassionate person has limits. Even the strongest person has needs. Even the most generous person requires care. One of the saddest aspects of this wound is that people who give the most often struggle to ask for anything in return. They fear appearing needy. They fear burdening others. They fear disappointing people, so they stay silent. They continue helping, continue supporting, continue sacrificing. Meanwhile, resentment quietly grows, not because they expected perfection, because they hoped for reciprocity. The resentment often creates confusion. They feel guilty for being upset. After all, nobody forced them to give. Nobody demanded every sacrifice. Yet the pain remains, because underneath the resentment is something much deeper. A longing to feel valued in the same way they value others. A longing to feel remembered. A longing to feel chosen. A longing to know that their needs matter too. You can often recognize this wound by the thoughts it creates. Why am I always the one making the effort? Why do people come to me but disappear when I need them? Why do I feel so alone when I spend so much time supporting everyone else? These questions hurt because they reveal an uncomfortable truth. Giving does not automatically create connection. Sometimes it creates dependency. Sometimes it creates imbalance. Sometimes it attracts people who enjoy receiving without learning how to give. The painful reality is that some relationships survive because one person does all the emotional work. And when that person stops, the relationship begins to collapse. That realization can feel devastating because it forces people to ask whether they were loved for who they were or for what they provided. Healing begins when people understand that their worth is not measured by how much they sacrifice, not by how much they carry, not by how much they give away. Their value exists independent of their usefulness. This is often a difficult lesson, especially for people who have spent years earning love through service. But it is a necessary one, because relationships should not require self-abandonment. Care should not require constant depletion. Love should not demand endless sacrifice. The healthiest connections are not built on one person giving everything. They are built on mutual presence, mutual effort, mutual care. And perhaps the most important realization of all is this: wanting support does not make you selfish. Wanting reciprocity does not make you demanding. Wanting your needs to matter does not make you difficult. It makes you human. And the moment you stop believing that your role is to endlessly give without receiving, is often the moment you begin creating relationships where care flows in both directions. Relationships where you are valued not only for what you do for others, but for who you are. And sometimes, that is the kind of love you have been searching for all along. The fear of disappointing everyone around you. Some people are afraid of failure. Some people are afraid of rejection. Some people are afraid of being judged. But for many people, the deepest fear is something much quieter. The fear of disappointing others, not strangers, not random people, the people they care about. The people who believe in them, the people who depend on them, the people whose opinions carry emotional weight. For someone carrying this wound, Disappointment feels like far more than an ordinary mistake. It feels like letting people down. It feels like breaking trust. It feels like losing love. And because of that, they spend much of their life trying to avoid it. At first, this may seem like a positive trait. After all, caring about others is not a bad thing. Wanting to meet responsibilities is not a bad thing. Wanting to keep promises is not a bad thing. But there is a difference between being responsible and being terrified of disappointing people. One comes from integrity. The other comes from fear, and fear has a way of quietly taking control of a person's life. People carrying this wound often become experts at managing expectations. They say yes when they want to say no. They take on more than they can handle. They stretch themselves beyond healthy limits. They become overly concerned with keeping everyone happy. From the outside, they appear dependable, reliable, generous, selfless. Inside, they are exhausted, because every decision is filtered through the same question: how will this affect everyone else? Over time, their own needs start disappearing from the equation. What makes this wound especially painful is that it rarely begins in adulthood. For many people, it starts early. A child notices that praise arrives when they perform well, when they achieve, when they behave, when they make life easier for others. The message may never be spoken directly, but it becomes deeply understood. Being good earns approval. Making people proud earns connection. Meeting expectations earns love. The child gradually learns to associate worth with performance, not necessarily academic performance, emotional performance, social performance, personal performance, the ability to be whatever other people need them to be. At first, this strategy feels rewarding. People appreciate them, trust them, depend on them. The child becomes the responsible one, the mature one, the reliable one. But hidden beneath the praise is a growing fear. What happens if I cannot meet expectations anymore? That question follows them into adulthood. Now every responsibility feels heavier. Every promise feels larger. Every mistake feels more threatening. Because mistakes are no longer viewed as normal human experiences. They become evidence of failure, evidence of letting someone down, evidence of disappointing people. Psychologists often observe that people who strongly fear disappointment tend to connect acceptance with achievement. Deep down, they worry that if they stop meeting expectations, the connection itself might disappear. As a result, they become hyper-aware of other people's reactions. A small change in someone's tone creates anxiety. A delayed response creates worry. A hint of dissatisfaction feels overwhelming. The person becomes emotionally responsible for everyone around them, at least in their own mind, and that burden is impossible to carry, because no human being can manage everyone's emotions. No human being can satisfy every expectation. No human being can prevent disappointment forever, yet people carrying this wound continue trying. You can often recognize it in the way they approach life. They overprepare, overthink, overcommit. They rarely allow themselves to rest, because there is always something they should be doing, someone they should be helping, some expectation they should be meeting. The pressure never fully disappears. Even their successes provide only temporary relief, because as soon as one expectation is fulfilled, another one appears. The finish line keeps moving, and the fear keeps following. One of the saddest consequences of this wound is that people often become disconnected from their own desires. They become so focused on who they should be that they lose touch with who they actually are. They know what everyone else expects. They know what everyone else needs. They know what everyone else wants. But when asked what they want, they hesitate. Not because they do not have desires, because they have spent years placing those desires behind everyone else's. Eventually, resentment begins to appear, not always toward others, often toward themselves. They feel trapped by obligations they agreed to, trapped by expectations they never challenged, trapped by a life built around avoiding disappointment. The irony is that many of the people they are trying so desperately not to disappoint would never ask them to carry such a burden. The pressure often exists primarily inside their own mind, a pressure created by old fears, old beliefs, old experiences that taught them that mistakes were dangerous, that failure threatened acceptance, that disappointing someone meant losing something important. But life has a way of teaching a different lesson. Sooner or later, everyone disappoints someone. Everyone. No exceptions. No matter how kind you are. No matter how responsible you are. No matter how hard you try. You will eventually make a choice that someone dislikes. You will eventually fail to meet someone's expectations. You will eventually let someone down. Not because you are careless, because you are human. The people who find peace are not the people who avoid disappointment forever. They are the people who stop treating disappointment as proof of unworthiness. They understand that being loved and being imperfect can exist at the same time, that making mistakes and being valuable can exist at the same time. That disappointing someone does not automatically mean failing them. Healing begins when people realize they were never responsible for managing everyone's happiness. They were never responsible for fulfilling every expectation. They were never responsible for becoming whatever everyone else needed. Their responsibility is to live honestly, to act with integrity, to do their best, and to accept that even their best will not satisfy everyone. That realization can feel terrifying at first, because it requires letting go of a role they may have carried for years. The role of protector, the role of pleaser, the role of the person who keeps everyone happy. But it is also incredibly freeing, because the moment you stop trying to prevent every disappointment is often the moment you finally start living your own life. Not the life built around expectations. Not the life built around approval. Your life. And perhaps the greatest relief comes when you understand that the people who truly care about you do not expect perfection. They expect humanity. They expect honesty. They expect effort. The occasional disappointment was never what threatened the relationship. The belief that you had to be everything for everyone was. And the moment that belief begins to loosen its grip, you finally put down a burden you were never meant to carry alone. The hidden anger beneath chronic people-pleasing. Most people think people-pleasers are kind, and often they are. They are generous, helpful, accommodating. They avoid conflict. They put others first. They make life easier for the people around them. From the outside, they seem selfless, easygoing, considerate. The kind of person everyone loves having around. What most people do not see is the emotion quietly hiding underneath all that kindness. Anger, not obvious anger, not explosive anger. Not the kind that shows up as yelling or confrontation. A quieter anger, a buried anger. An anger that has been pushed down for so long that even the person carrying it may not realize it exists. Because chronic people-pleasing is often not just about being nice. It is about survival. And whenever a person spends years abandoning their own needs to survive, resentment eventually begins to grow. At first, people-pleasing feels rewarding. You make others happy. You avoid tension. You earn approval. You become the person everyone appreciates. The person everyone depends on. The person everyone describes as thoughtful and caring. It feels good, at least in the beginning. But over time, something starts happening. You say yes when you want to say no. You agree when you actually disagree. You tolerate things that hurt you. You prioritize everyone else's comfort over your own. You keep giving, keep accommodating, keep sacrificing. And each time it happens, a small piece of frustration gets stored away. Not expressed, stored. Most people pleasers do not allow themselves to feel angry because anger feels dangerous. Somewhere in their past, they learned that conflict creates problems. Maybe expressing anger led to punishment. Maybe disagreement created rejection. Maybe asserting needs led to criticism. Maybe keeping the peace became the safest option. Whatever the reason, they learned an important lesson. My feelings are less important than maintaining harmony. The child adapts. They become agreeable, flexible, easy to manage. They learn how to read the emotions of everyone around them. They learn how to prevent conflict before it starts. They learn how to become whatever other people need. And because these skills are often praised, the pattern becomes deeply ingrained. The problem is that emotions do not disappear simply because they are ignored, especially anger. Anger exists for a reason. Psychologically, anger functions like an internal alarm system. It tells us when something feels unfair, when boundaries have been crossed, when needs are being ignored, when something important requires attention. Healthy anger protects us, but people pleasers often learn to suppress that alarm. Instead of listening to it, they silence it. Again and again, year after year. Eventually, they become disconnected from it entirely, at least consciously. The anger is still there. It simply finds other ways to express itself. Sometimes it appears as resentment. A person agrees to help someone and then feels irritated the entire time. Not because helping is the problem, because they never wanted to say yes in the first place. Sometimes it appears as emotional exhaustion. The person becomes drained from constantly meeting other people's expectations. Sometimes it appears as passive aggression. They avoid direct conflict but express frustration indirectly. Sometimes it appears as numbness, a gradual emotional shutdown caused by years of self-abandonment. The person may not even recognize these reactions as anger, but that is often exactly what they are. One of the saddest aspects of chronic people-pleasing is that it creates a life where authenticity becomes difficult. The person becomes so focused on managing everyone else's experience that they lose touch with their own. What do I want? What do I need? What do I feel? These questions become surprisingly difficult to answer. Not because the answers do not exist, because they have spent years ignoring them. The irony is that people-pleasers are often admired for their generosity while secretly feeling unseen. Everyone appreciates what they do. Few people notice what it costs. And eventually, a painful realization begins to emerge. Many relationships are built around who they are willing to be rather than who they actually are. That realization can trigger enormous anger. Not only toward others, toward themselves. Why did I allow this? Why did I keep saying yes? Why did I stay silent? Why did I keep sacrificing my own needs? These questions are painful because they force people to confront years of suppressed frustration. Psychologists often note that resentment is frequently the result of boundaries that were never enforced. Every time a person says yes when they mean no, they create an internal conflict. One part wants to protect the relationship. The other part wants to protect the self. When the relationship wins every single time, the self begins feeling neglected. Eventually, that neglected part starts demanding attention. And it often does, so through anger. The hidden anger beneath people-pleasing is not evidence that someone is selfish. It is evidence that something inside them has been ignored for too long. A need, a boundary, a desire, a truth. Something important keeps trying to be heard. What makes healing difficult is that many people fear their anger. They worry that acknowledging it will make them harsh, selfish, or unkind. But healthy anger does not destroy relationships. Unexpressed anger often does, because resentment accumulates, and accumulated resentment eventually leaks into everything. Conversations, friendships, partnerships, family dynamics. The anger comes out one way or another. The healthier path is learning to listen to it before it reaches that point. Not allowing anger to control you, allowing it to inform you. To reveal where your boundaries have been crossed. To reveal where your needs have been neglected. To reveal where you have been betraying yourself in order to keep others comfortable. That awareness can feel uncomfortable, especially for someone who has built their identity around being agreeable. But it is also liberating, because the goal is not to stop being kind. The goal is to stop being kind at the expense of yourself. Real kindness includes self-respect. Real generosity includes limits. Real compassion includes your own well-being. And perhaps the most important realization of all is this: the anger was never the enemy. The anger was the part of you that noticed something was wrong, the part that knew your needs mattered, the part that refused to completely disappear. For years it waited beneath the surface, not trying to hurt you, trying to protect you, and the moment you finally start listening to it, people-pleasing begins to transform into something healthier. Not selfishness, not cruelty. Something far more balanced. A life where caring about others no longer requires abandoning yourself. A life where kindness and self-respect can finally exist together. Struggling to accept kindness without suspicion. For some people, kindness feels comforting. For others, it feels confusing. Someone gives them a compliment and they immediately question it. Someone offers help and they wonder what the person wants in return. Someone shows genuine care and they become cautious instead of grateful. From the outside, this reaction can seem strange. Why would kindness make someone uncomfortable? Why would support create anxiety? Why would affection trigger suspicion? The answer is simple. Because not everyone learned that kindness is safe. For many people, kindness was never just kindness. It came with conditions. It came with expectations. It came with hidden costs. And once a person learns that lesson, trust becomes difficult. Not because they want to be distrustful, because experience taught them to be careful. This wound often develops slowly. A child receives affection only when they perform well. A parent becomes warm only when expectations are met. Support is offered, but later used as leverage. Love is given, then withdrawn. Help arrives, but strings are attached. The message may never be spoken directly, but the child absorbs it anyway. Nothing is free. Kindness always costs something. As they grow older, that belief follows them. Now every act of generosity feels uncertain. Every compliment feels questionable. Every offer of support feels suspicious. The person becomes hyper-aware of possible motives. What do they really want? Why are they being nice to me? Is there a catch? When will this change? These questions appear automatically. Not because the person is cynical, because they are trying to protect themselves. Psychologists often explain that human beings build expectations about relationships based on repeated experiences. When care is consistent and genuine, trust develops naturally. When care is unpredictable, manipulative, or conditional, trust becomes far more complicated. The mind begins searching for hidden dangers, even when none exist. This is why someone can be surrounded by genuinely caring people and still struggle to feel safe. The problem is not always the present. The problem is what the past taught them to expect. One of the most painful aspects of this wound is that it creates a constant conflict between desire and fear. The person wants connection, wants support, wants love, wants kindness. Yet, when those things finally appear, discomfort immediately follows. Part of them moves closer. Part of them pulls away. Part of them wants to trust. Part of them prepares for disappointment. The result is emotional confusion. Someone offers help and they refuse it. Someone expresses affection and they become distant. Someone shows consistency and they search for flaws, not because they dislike the person, because safety feels unfamiliar. And unfamiliar things often feel threatening at first. Many people carrying this wound become fiercely independent. They convince themselves they do not need support. They handle problems alone. They carry burdens quietly. They become experts at self-reliance. From the outside, this independence often looks impressive, strong, capable, resilient. What nobody sees is the fear underneath it. The fear that depending on someone creates vulnerability. The fear that accepting kindness creates obligation. The fear that trusting someone creates risk. So they stay guarded, not because they enjoy it, because it feels safer. The irony is heartbreaking. The very thing they need most becomes the thing they struggle to accept. Care feels suspicious. Love feels uncertain. Support feels uncomfortable. As a result, loneliness often grows even when people are trying to help. One of the clearest signs of this wound appears in the way people respond to compliments. Someone says something kind. Instead of accepting it, they dismiss it. They minimize it. They explain it away. They assume the person is exaggerating. The compliment never fully lands, because deep down they struggle to believe it. Years of conditional acceptance often create a hidden belief. If people really knew me, they would not feel this way. That belief becomes a filter. Every act of kindness passes through it. Every expression of care passes through it. And by the time it reaches the person's heart, much of its meaning has been lost. Another consequence is emotional vigilance. The person constantly scans for signs that the kindness will disappear. A change in tone, a delayed response, a small disagreement, anything that might signal rejection. The nervous system remains alert, always preparing for the moment the warmth turns cold, because in the past, that may have happened many times. What makes this exhausting is that genuine connection requires trust. Not blind trust, gradual trust. And trust cannot grow when every act of kindness is treated as evidence of future betrayal. The person remains trapped between longing and fear, wanting closeness while simultaneously protecting themselves from it. Healing begins when people understand something important. Their suspicion once served a purpose. It protected them. It helped them survive environments where care was inconsistent or conditional. There is no shame in that. The problem arises when old protective strategies continue operating in situations where they are no longer needed. The mind keeps preparing for danger long after the danger has passed. The walls remain standing even when safety finally arrives. Learning to accept kindness is not about becoming naive. It is not about trusting everyone immediately. It is about allowing new experiences to challenge old assumptions. Allowing yourself to consider the possibility that some people are kind simply because they care. That some compliments are sincere. that some support comes without conditions, that some love does not need to be earned over and over again. For someone carrying this wound, those ideas can feel almost unbelievable, because they contradict years of emotional conditioning. Yet healing often begins with small moments. Accepting a compliment without arguing, accepting help without guilt, accepting care without immediately questioning motives. Small moments that gradually teach the nervous system a new lesson. Kindness is not always a transaction. Support is not always a trap. Love is not always conditional. And perhaps the most powerful realization of all is this: the discomfort you feel around kindness does not mean the kindness is fake. It often means the kindness is reaching a part of you that has been deprived of it for a very long time. A part that still expects disappointment. A part that still expects conditions. A part that is learning, slowly and carefully, that genuine care can exist without hidden costs. And when that lesson finally begins to sink in, something remarkable happens. What once felt suspicious starts feeling safe. What once felt uncomfortable starts feeling natural. And what once felt impossible starts becoming one of the most healing experiences a human being can receive. The simple experience of being cared for without having to earn it. The wound left by broken promises. Most people think broken promises are painful because of what was not delivered. The missed commitment, the canceled plan, the thing that never happened, but that is rarely the deepest source of the pain. What hurts most is what the promise represented: trust, hope, security, belief. When someone makes a promise, they are not just describing a future action. They are creating an emotional expectation. They are giving another person a reason to believe. And when that promise is broken, it is often that belief that gets damaged the most. This is why some broken promises stay with people for years. Not because of the event itself, because of what it taught them. Because every broken promise carries a hidden message. Do not trust too much. Do not expect too much. Do not believe too easily. For many people, this wound begins early in life. A parent promises they will show up, but they do not. A caregiver promises things will change, but nothing changes. Someone important repeatedly says the right words and then fails to follow through. At first, the child believes them. Children want to believe. They want to trust. They want to feel safe depending on the people around them. So each promise creates hope, and each broken promise creates disappointment. One disappointment may hurt. Repeated disappointments create something deeper. Distrust. The child gradually learns that words and reality are not always the same thing. That promises are not guarantees. That people may sincerely mean what they say and still fail to do it. Over time, hope begins to feel dangerous. Because hope keeps leading to pain. The difficult part is that this lesson often follows people into adulthood. Long after the original promises have been forgotten, the emotional impact remains. Now trust becomes harder. Not impossible. Harder. Someone says they will be there. Part of the person believes them. Another part quietly prepares for disappointment. Someone makes a commitment. Part of them feels hopeful. Another part immediately lowers expectations. Someone expresses loyalty. Part of them wants to trust. Another part waits for evidence. Not because they are negative, because experience taught them caution. Psychologists often explain that trust develops when actions consistently match words. The human brain pays close attention to patterns. When promises are repeatedly kept, safety grows. When promises are repeatedly broken, uncertainty grows. Eventually, uncertainty becomes expectation. The person stops asking whether disappointment will happen. They start asking when it will happen. That shift changes relationships in profound ways. One of the saddest consequences of this wound is that people begin protecting themselves by expecting less from others. On the surface, this seems practical. If you expect less, you cannot be disappointed. If you trust less, you cannot be hurt. If you hope less, you cannot be crushed when things fall apart. The strategy makes sense, but it comes with a cost, because the same walls that reduce disappointment also reduce connection. Relationships become guarded, carefully managed, emotionally restrained. The person avoids fully investing because full investment feels risky. After all, what if the promise is broken again? What if the commitment disappears? What if trust leads to pain one more time? These fears often operate quietly beneath the surface. Many people do not even realize they are being influenced by old disappointments. They simply notice themselves hesitating, questioning, holding back, struggling to relax into trust. Another painful aspect of broken promises is the self-doubt they can create. When promises are repeatedly broken, people often stop questioning the person who made them. They start questioning themselves. Why did I believe them? Why did I keep trusting people? Why did I expect something different? The focus shifts inward. The disappointment becomes personal, as if being hurt was evidence of foolishness rather than evidence of hope. That is where the wound deepens. Because now the person is not only grieving what happened, they are criticizing themselves for caring in the first place. What makes this especially heartbreaking is that trust always requires vulnerability. Every meaningful relationship depends on a willingness to believe another person. Without that willingness, connection becomes limited. But when someone has experienced enough broken promises, vulnerability starts feeling reckless. The person becomes trapped between two desires: the desire to trust and the desire to stay safe. The conflict can be exhausting, particularly in close relationships. Someone may genuinely care about another person, yet remain emotionally guarded, not because the relationship is unhealthy, because old wounds are still influencing present experiences. The past keeps whispering warnings into situations that may be completely different. This does not mean the fear is irrational. It means the fear is unfinished. It means a part of the person is still carrying disappointments that were never fully healed. Healing begins when people recognize that broken promises often reveal something about the other person's limitations, not their own worth. This can be difficult to accept, especially when the disappointment came from someone important, someone trusted, someone loved. But another person's inability to follow through does not determine your value. Their inconsistency does not define your importance. Their failure to keep a promise does not mean you were unworthy of the effort. Those are entirely separate things. One speaks to their actions, the other speaks to your worth, and confusing the two creates unnecessary suffering. The goal is not to become blindly trusting. The goal is not to ignore reality. The goal is to learn how to trust wisely without allowing old disappointments to control every future relationship. To evaluate people based on who they are, not solely on who someone else was. To recognize that while some promises are broken, others are kept. While some people disappoint, others remain consistent. While some commitments disappear, others endure. And perhaps the most important realization is this: the pain of broken promises was never proof that you cared too much. It was proof that you believed, proof that you hoped, proof that you trusted. Those qualities are not weaknesses. They are part of what makes meaningful relationships possible. Yes, They create vulnerability. Yes, they create risk, but they also create connection. And healing often begins when you stop treating your capacity to trust as the problem, because the real wound was never your willingness to believe. The real wound was what happened when that belief was not honored, and that wound deserves healing, not self-blame. Feeling responsible for other people's happiness. There are people who walk into every conversation carrying an invisible weight, not their own emotions, everyone else's. They pay attention to every change in tone, every shift in mood, every sign of disappointment, every hint of frustration, and almost automatically, they begin asking themselves the same question: did I do something wrong? For someone carrying this wound, other people's happiness does not feel like a preference. It feels like a responsibility. If someone is upset, they feel responsible. If someone is disappointed, they feel responsible. If someone is stressed, they feel responsible. If someone is unhappy, they somehow find a way to feel responsible. The exhausting part is that most of the time, nobody asked them to carry this burden. They picked it up years ago, and they have been carrying it ever since. At first, this behavior often looks like kindness. The person is considerate, empathetic, attentive. They care deeply about how others feel. They try to help. They try to comfort. They try to make life easier for the people around them. These qualities are usually admired. People describe them as compassionate, thoughtful, supportive, and they often are. But beneath that compassion is sometimes a quiet fear. The fear that if other people are unhappy, something bad will happen. The fear that tension will create rejection. The fear that disappointment will damage connection. The fear that other people's emotions somehow belong to them. That is where this wound begins. For many people, the roots go back to childhood. Children naturally pay close attention to their environment. When the adults around them are emotionally unpredictable, stressed, angry, or overwhelmed, children often try to make sense of what is happening. And because children tend to see themselves as the center of their world, they frequently arrive at one painful conclusion: it must be because of me. A parent has a bad day. The child feels responsible. A caregiver becomes distant. The child feels responsible. Conflict appears in the home. The child feels responsible, even when none of these things are actually their fault. The belief forms anyway. My job is to keep everyone okay. Over time, this belief becomes a survival strategy. The child learns how to monitor moods, how to avoid conflict, how to calm people down, how to anticipate emotional reactions before they happen. They become highly sensitive to the feelings of others. At first, this seems useful, and in many ways, it is. These children often grow into adults with strong emotional awareness. They can read a room quickly. They notice details other people miss. They understand emotional dynamics exceptionally well. But there is a hidden cost. They never stop monitoring. They never stop adjusting. They never stop feeling responsible. As adults, this pattern quietly follows them into every relationship. A friend seems distant. They assume they did something wrong. A partner appears stressed. They immediately try to fix it. A family member becomes upset. They absorb the emotional burden as though it belongs to them. The person's own emotional state becomes tied to everyone else's. If the people around them are okay, they can relax. If the people around them are struggling, they become anxious. Their inner peace depends on circumstances they cannot control. And that is an impossible way to live. One of the most painful aspects of this wound is that it often creates chronic anxiety. The person becomes hypervigilant. Their attention is constantly scanning for signs that someone is unhappy, not because they are controlling, because they are afraid of conflict, afraid of rejection, afraid of disappointing people, afraid that someone else's pain somehow reflects their own failure. Psychologists often describe this pattern as emotional over-responsibility. It happens when a person takes ownership of emotions that do not actually belong to them. They confuse caring with responsibility, but those are not the same thing. You can care deeply about someone without being responsible for their happiness. You can support someone without carrying their emotional life. You can love someone without becoming accountable for every feeling they experience. Yet for people carrying this wound, that distinction can feel almost impossible to grasp because they have spent years proving their value through emotional caretaking. The person becomes the listener, the helper, the fixer, the peacemaker, the emotional anchor for everyone around them. And while these roles often earn appreciation, they can also create exhaustion. Because no matter how hard they try, they eventually discover a painful truth. They cannot fix everything. They cannot prevent every disappointment. They cannot heal every wound. They cannot make everyone happy. No human being can. Yet they keep trying. And every failure feels personal. Every unresolved problem feels personal. Every unhappy person feels personal. The burden grows heavier and heavier. Eventually, resentment often begins to appear. Not because they stop caring, because they are carrying responsibilities that were never theirs to begin with. They become exhausted from solving problems, exhausted from managing emotions, exhausted from constantly putting themselves second. The irony is heartbreaking. People who spend their lives taking care of everyone else's emotional well-being often neglect their own. They know how everyone else is feeling. They rarely stop to ask themselves how they are feeling. Their attention remains focused outward. Meanwhile, their own needs wait quietly in the background, sometimes for years. Healing begins when people understand a simple but life-changing truth. Compassion does not require ownership. You can sit beside someone's pain without carrying it for them. You can support someone without rescuing them. You can love someone without managing their emotions. Their happiness is not your job. Their disappointment is not your failure. Their struggles are not proof that you have done something wrong. This realization can feel uncomfortable at first, especially for someone whose identity has been built around helping, because letting go of responsibility can feel like abandoning people. But it is actually the opposite. It allows relationships to become healthier, more honest, more balanced, because real connection does not require one person to carry everyone else's emotional world. It requires mutual respect for emotional boundaries. And perhaps the most freeing realization of all is this: you were never meant to be responsible for keeping everyone happy. You were never meant to prevent every conflict. You were never meant to absorb every burden. You were only meant to care. And there is a profound difference between caring for people and carrying them. The moment you finally understand that difference is often the moment an enormous weight begins to lift. A weight you may have been carrying for so long that you forgot it was never yours in the first place. The quiet despair of unfulfilled dreams. Not every heartbreak comes from losing a person. Some of the deepest heartbreaks come from losing a future. A future you imagined. A future you worked toward. A future you believed would eventually arrive if you just kept trying hard enough. And perhaps the cruelest part is that nobody sees this kind of grief. When a relationship ends, people understand the pain. When someone dies, people understand the loss. But when a dream slowly slips away, the suffering often happens in silence. No funeral, no public mourning, no clear ending. Just a growing awareness that the life you imagined may never happen. For many people, this realization arrives gradually. They do not wake up one morning and abandon their dreams. Instead, they notice small changes. Years passing faster than expected, opportunities disappearing, responsibilities increasing, energy fading, circumstances shifting, and little by little, a question begins to emerge. What if it never happens? At first, the mind resists. There is still time. There is still hope. There is still a chance. And sometimes that is true. But eventually, many people encounter dreams that cannot be recovered in the way they once imagined. The athlete who never reaches the level they envisioned. The artist whose work never finds the audience they hoped for. The entrepreneur whose vision never becomes reality. The person who always imagined a family but never found the right relationship. The person who imagined a different career, a different life, a different future. The specific dream changes. The emotional experience remains remarkably similar. A quiet confrontation with what could have been. What makes this wound so painful is that dreams are never just goals. They become identities. They become stories we tell ourselves about who we are becoming. A dream is not simply something we want. It is often something we build part of ourselves around. That is why losing a dream can feel like losing a piece of your identity. Because suddenly, the future that helped organize your life no longer exists, and now you are left asking a difficult question. Who am I without it? For years, the dream provided direction, meaning, purpose, hope. Even during difficult times, it offered something to move toward, something to believe in, something that made sacrifices feel worthwhile. When that dream disappears, the emptiness can feel overwhelming, not because life has no value, because a source of meaning has been removed. Psychologists often note that human beings derive enormous emotional strength from future-oriented thinking. Hope is not merely a pleasant feeling. It is a psychological resource. It helps people endure challenges. It helps people tolerate uncertainty. It helps people keep moving forward. When a dream dies, hope often takes a significant hit as well. That is why the grief can feel so profound. You are not only mourning an outcome, you are mourning a version of the future that once felt real. One of the most difficult aspects of this experience is the shame that often accompanies it. People begin comparing themselves to others. They see peers reaching milestones, achieving goals, building lives that resemble the dreams they once had. And every comparison quietly reinforces the same painful thought. I fell behind. I failed. I missed my chance. The mind starts rewriting the story. Years of effort become evidence of failure. Years of hope become evidence of foolishness. The dream that once inspired them becomes a source of self-criticism. This is where the despair deepens, because now the person is not only grieving the dream, they are judging themselves for having it. The tragedy is that many meaningful dreams do not fail because someone lacked effort or character. Life is more complicated than that. Timing matters, circumstances matter, resources matter, health matters, luck matters. The world is filled with talented, hardworking people whose dreams never unfolded exactly as planned. Yet when dreams remain unfulfilled, people often personalize the outcome. They assume it reveals something about their worth, as if a dream's success or failure can determine the value of a human being. But those are two very different things. One speaks to circumstances. The other speaks to identity. Confusing them creates enormous suffering. Another hidden pain of unfulfilled dreams is the loneliness. People often feel they cannot talk about it. The dream may seem too old, too unrealistic, too embarrassing. Others expect them to move on, to be grateful, to focus on what they have. And while gratitude is important, it does not erase grief. A person can appreciate their life and still mourn the life they imagined. Those experiences can exist together. The problem is that many people never allow themselves to acknowledge the loss. They suppress it, minimize it, ignore it. But grief that is ignored rarely disappears. It simply remains unresolved, waiting. Healing begins when people stop treating their sadness as weakness, because mourning an unfulfilled dream is not evidence of failure. It is evidence that something mattered deeply. You do not grieve what was meaningless. You grieve what carried significance. You grieve what carried hope. You grieve what carried a piece of your heart. Allowing yourself to acknowledge that pain is often the first step toward moving beyond it. Not forgetting it. Not pretending it never existed. Accepting it. Accepting that some dreams do not unfold the way we imagined. Accepting that some chapters close without the ending we wanted. Accepting that disappointment is part of the human experience. And perhaps the most important realization comes afterward. The ending of a dream is not the ending of your life. It is not the ending of your worth. It is not the ending of your capacity to find meaning. Because while some futures disappear, new ones remain possible. Not always the ones you expected. Not always the ones you originally wanted, but possibilities nonetheless. The hardest part is letting go of the belief that your entire life depended on one outcome. Because it did not. The dream mattered. The effort mattered. The hope mattered. But your value was never contained inside that future. It was always contained inside you. And sometimes the quiet despair of unfulfilled dreams begins to soften the moment you realize that losing a vision of the future does not mean losing yourself. It simply means the story is still being written, even if it looks nothing like the one you originally planned. The difficulty of forgiving yourself for past mistakes. There is a strange kind of pain that follows people long after everyone else has moved on. The mistake happened years ago. The consequences may be over. The people involved may have forgiven you. Life may have continued. Yet something inside refuses to let it go. You replay the memory, revisit the decision, analyze every detail, and no matter how much time passes, the same thought keeps returning. I should have known better. For many people, the hardest person to receive forgiveness from is not someone else. It is themselves, and that is what makes this wound so exhausting. Because unlike other sources of pain, there is no escape from it. You carry the judge, the jury, and the punishment inside your own mind. Everywhere you go, they go too. At first, self-criticism can seem useful. It feels responsible. It feels mature. It feels like accountability. After all, if you made a mistake, should you not learn from it? Should you not take responsibility? Of course. But there is a difference between learning from a mistake and living inside it. Many people never notice when they cross that line. What begins as reflection slowly turns into self-punishment, and self-punishment has a way of becoming a permanent habit. The person keeps revisiting old failures because part of them believes suffering is necessary. Necessary to prove they care. Necessary to prove they understand what happened. Necessary to prove they are not excusing themselves. The logic sounds reasonable. But underneath it is a painful belief. If I stop punishing myself, maybe it means I do not deserve forgiveness. That belief traps people for years, because no amount of self-punishment ever feels sufficient. No amount of guilt ever feels like enough. The sentence keeps getting extended. The punishment never ends. For many people, this pattern begins long before the mistake itself. It begins with how they learned to think about failure. Maybe they grew up in an environment where mistakes were treated harshly. Maybe perfection was expected. Maybe success earned approval while failure earned criticism. Maybe they learned that being wrong was something to be ashamed of. Whatever the experience, the lesson became deeply ingrained. Mistakes are dangerous. Mistakes define you. Mistakes reveal your worth. So when a significant mistake eventually happens, the reaction becomes much larger than the event itself. The mistake is no longer something they did. It becomes who they are. That distinction changes everything. A healthy perspective says I made a bad decision. A wounded perspective says I am a bad person. One focuses on behavior. The other attacks identity. And once identity becomes involved, forgiveness becomes incredibly difficult. Psychologists often note that guilt and shame operate differently. Guilt says I did something wrong. Shame says there is something wrong with me. Guilt can lead to growth. Shame often leads to self-destruction. Many people who struggle with self-forgiveness are not actually trapped in guilt. They are trapped in shame. They are carrying the belief that their worst moment reveals their true self. As if a single decision can summarize an entire human life. As if one failure can erase years of kindness, effort, growth, and humanity. The mind becomes selective. It zooms in on the mistake and ignores everything else. The person starts defining themselves through their lowest point. One painful memory becomes the center of their identity. What makes this wound especially cruel is that hindsight creates impossible standards. Looking back, people often evaluate past decisions using knowledge they did not have at the time. They expect their younger self to possess the wisdom they gained years later. They expect perfect judgment, perfect awareness, perfect emotional control. But human beings do not make decisions with future knowledge. They make decisions with the information, maturity, emotional state, and understanding available in that moment. Yet when reflecting on the past, the mind forgets this. It judges yesterday through today's perspective. And that judgment is almost always unfair. Another reason self-forgiveness feels so difficult is that many people fear repeating the mistake. They believe that staying harsh with themselves will somehow prevent future failure. If I keep reminding myself how badly I messed up, I will never do it again. But fear is not the same as wisdom. Self-hatred is not the same as growth. Constant punishment does not necessarily create better decisions. Often it simply creates more pain. The irony is that people who struggle most with self-forgiveness are often deeply conscientious. They care about doing the right thing. They care about how their actions affect others. They care about becoming better. That is exactly why the mistake hurts so much. If they did not care, they would not be carrying the guilt in the first place. Yet, instead of recognizing this as evidence of their humanity, they use it as evidence against themselves. They become both the wounded person and the person inflicting the wound. Healing begins when people understand something difficult but essential. A mistake can be real without becoming your identity. A failure can matter without defining your entire life. A painful decision can teach a lesson without becoming a life sentence. Accountability is important. Growth is important. Learning is important. But endless self-punishment serves no one. Not the people you hurt. Not the people you disappointed. not even yourself. There comes a point where continued suffering stops being responsibility and starts becoming self-destruction. And many people cross that point without realizing it. The truth is that forgiveness does not mean pretending the mistake never happened. It does not mean avoiding accountability. It does not mean rewriting history. It means accepting reality without remaining trapped inside it. It means acknowledging what happened, learning from it, making amends where possible, and allowing yourself to move forward. For many people, that final step feels terrifying because moving forward can feel like letting themselves off the hook. But there is a difference between freedom and avoidance. You can remember the lesson without carrying the punishment forever. You can honor the growth without preserving the suffering. And perhaps the most important realization of all is this: the person who made that mistake no longer fully exists. Time has changed you. Experience has changed you. Pain has changed you. Growth has changed you. The fact that you are struggling with forgiveness is evidence of that change, because the version of you that understands the mistake is already different from the version that made it. And maybe that is why self-forgiveness matters so much. Not because the past can be erased, but because the future should not be controlled by a version of yourself that you have already outgrown. At some point, healing requires putting down the punishment and carrying forward only the lesson. And that is often the moment when guilt finally begins to transform into wisdom. The fear that healing will change who you are. Most people think healing is something everyone wants, something everyone naturally moves toward, something that feels exciting, hopeful, and freeing. But the truth is far more complicated. Because for many people, healing is terrifying. Not because they enjoy suffering, not because they want to stay stuck, but because a quiet question lies beneath the surface. Who will I be if I finally heal? At first, that question may seem strange. After all, why would someone be afraid of feeling better? Why would someone fear becoming healthier? Why would someone resist letting go of pain? The answer is simple. Because emotional wounds do not just hurt us. Over time, they become part of us. They shape our identity. They influence our choices. They affect our relationships. They become woven into the story we tell ourselves about who we are. And when something has been part of your identity for years, letting it go can feel like losing a piece of yourself, even if that piece has caused you pain. This is one of the least discussed realities of healing. People often assume that suffering and identity are completely separate. But that is not always true. A person who spent years being the caretaker may wonder who they are without constantly rescuing others. A person who built their life around anxiety may wonder who they are without constantly preparing for danger. A person who survived through people-pleasing may wonder who they are if they start setting boundaries. A person who defined themselves through pain may wonder what remains when the pain begins to fade. The fear is not always conscious. Often it operates quietly in the background. The person says they want change. Part of them genuinely does. But another part hesitates. Another part resists. Another part keeps pulling them back toward familiar patterns. Not because those patterns are healthy, because they are familiar. And familiarity has a powerful influence over human behavior. Psychologists often observe that people are drawn toward what feels predictable, even when it causes suffering. The nervous system tends to prefer familiar discomfort over unfamiliar uncertainty. That is why people sometimes remain in unhealthy relationships. Why they repeat self-destructive patterns. Why they resist opportunities for growth. The old pain feels known. The new life feels uncertain, and uncertainty often triggers fear. One of the most difficult aspects of healing is realizing how much of your identity was built around survival. Survival strategies are incredibly useful when they are needed. They help people endure difficult environments. They help people navigate emotional pain. They help people protect themselves. But survival strategies are not the same as personality, and many people spend years confusing the two. Someone believes they are naturally independent. In reality, they learned not to rely on others. Someone believes they are naturally selfless. In reality, they learn to ignore their own needs. Someone believes they are naturally unemotional. In reality, they learned that expressing emotions felt unsafe. The survival strategy becomes so familiar that it starts feeling like identity. That is where healing becomes frightening, because healing challenges these assumptions. It asks uncomfortable questions. What if this is not who you are? What if this is simply how you learned to survive? For many people, those questions create enormous resistance, because if the old identity begins to crumble, uncertainty follows. The person enters unfamiliar territory, a territory where old coping mechanisms no longer define them, and that can feel deeply unsettling. One of the most common fears is the fear of becoming someone completely different. People worry they will lose qualities they value about themselves. They worry they will become selfish if they stop people-pleasing. They worry they will become weak if they stop controlling everything. They worry they will lose their edge if they stop being driven by insecurity. They worry they will lose motivation if they stop criticizing themselves. The mind starts treating healing as a threat, as though growth requires abandoning everything familiar. But healing rarely works that way. It does not erase who you are. It reveals who you are underneath the survival strategies. That distinction matters, because many of the qualities people fear losing are not actually created by their wounds. Their kindness is not created by people-pleasing. Their strength is not created by anxiety. Their compassion is not created by suffering. Their resilience is not created by trauma. Those qualities belong to them. The wound may have shaped how those qualities were expressed, but it did not create them. Still, letting go can be difficult, especially when pain has served a purpose. Many people discover that their wounds provided structure, a sense of identity, a sense of direction, even a sense of belonging. They became the helper, the achiever, the survivor, the strong one, the responsible one. These roles gave meaning to their experiences. Without them, they fear becoming lost. What they do not realize is that healing is not about losing meaning. It is about expanding beyond limitations. The strong one can still be strong without carrying every burden alone. The helper can still care without abandoning themselves. The achiever can still pursue goals without being driven by self-hatred. The survivor can become something more than someone who survived. Healing does not remove these identities. It allows them to evolve. Another hidden fear is that healing will require grieving, because every significant transformation involves loss. Not only the loss of pain, the loss of certainty, the loss of familiar patterns, the loss of identities that once felt necessary, and grief naturally accompanies that process. The person is not only gaining something new, they are saying goodbye to versions of themselves that help them endure difficult chapters of life. Even unhealthy patterns can be hard to release when they have protected you for years. That is why healing often feels bittersweet, liberating and uncomfortable at the same time. exciting and frightening at the same time. One part of you wants freedom. Another part wants familiarity. Both reactions are normal. Both reactions are human. But perhaps the most important realization comes when you finally understand that healing is not asking you to become someone else. It is asking you to become more fully yourself. The self that existed before fear took over. The self that existed before shame became an identity. The self that existed before survival became a way of life. That person has been there all along, beneath the defenses, beneath the coping mechanisms, beneath the wounds, waiting, not to be created, to be rediscovered. And maybe that is why healing feels so frightening. Because it is not only the process of letting go, it is the process of meeting yourself without the armor. For the first time in a very long time, and while that can feel terrifying, it can also become one of the most freeing experiences a human being ever has. The realization that healing was never going to take away who you are. It was always going to bring you closer to who you have been underneath the pain all along.